Chapter 1453. Yi Qinfeng transformed into a true dragon and fought with Yamada no Orochi for half an hour. The sky was damaged beyond recognition, and a large number of cracks were spreading in the void. Watermark advertisement, test watermark advertisement, test dam. What kind of fortuitous encounter did Yi Qinfeng have? How could he fight Yamada no Orochi without losing? The Yamada no Orochi, formed by the 8 towers, was one of the trump cards of the Yamada no godly nation to intimidate the other 2 godly nations. It was also the reason why the Yamada no godly nation stood tall in the Central World. But now, Yi Qinfeng's true dragon form was on par with Yamada no Orochi. This made the people of the Yamada no godly nation feel uneasy. True Dragon Triple Strike Yi Qinfeng could transform into a true dragon for a limited time. At the last moment, Yi Qinfeng used his strongest power to launch a fatal triple strike on Yamada no Orochi. The true dragon shadows continued to attack Yamada no Orochi, shattering its attacks and shattering its 3 ferocious heads. At the same time, cracks began to appear on its huge body. Silver Sword Spirit break. Returning to his true form, Yi Qinfeng activated his Silver Sword Spirit. It transformed into a dazzling silver sword light that seemed to contain a river of stars. It ruthlessly slashed at the severely injured Yamada no Orochi, breaking through the layers of formation runes in its body and splitting it in half. Silver Sword Spirit. He had cultivated a Silver Sword Spirit. The demonic spirit saint, who was shrouded in black light, was shocked when he saw Yi Qinfeng summon a Silver Sword Spirit. He knew how difficult it was to cultivate a sword spirit, let alone cultivate it to the silver level. Moreover, this was the low-level Duhan continent. What kind of fortuitous encounter did he get in the Duhan continent? The demonic spirit saint's eyes flashed with ferocity. He was more interested in Yi Qinfeng's fortuitous encounter. He had a feeling that if he could get Yi Qinfeng's fortuitous encounter, he might have a chance to take the most difficult step and break through to the Demon Lord realm in the lower world. Qi Qing Tian, show me what you got. After controlling the Silver Sword Spirit to break Yamada no Orochi, Yi Qinfeng stood in the air and shouted at the Yamada no royals with a domineering aura. Open the barrier and let him in. A cold light flashed in the Devil Spirit Saint's eyes as he ordered in a gloomy voice. Okay, although Qi Qing Tian was the holy emperor of the Orochi divine nation, he was no match for the Devil Spirit Saint in terms of power and status. He dared not disobey the Devil Spirit Saint's order and activated the restrictions around the palace. Come on, let's go in. Luoshan led the Tao addict, Tianji, and the others through the activated restriction and into the chaotic imperial palace. We meet again. The Devil Spirit Saint, who was shrouded in black light, looked deeply at Yi Qinfeng and said in a deep voice, "You won't run away like a stray dog this time, will you?" Although the Devil Spirit Sage was an ancient almighty and was 1 realm higher than Yi Qinfeng, who possessed the Grand Mist blood, was not afraid of him. As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng's gaze lingered on Planner of the Sky, who was covered in wounds, bound by the heavenly chains and had long passed out. Seeing her being held hostage by Qi Qing Tian, Yi Qinfeng kept thinking of ways to save her. Yi Qinfeng, although I don't know what you've been through all these years, it doesn't matter how powerful you are. This will be your grave in the end. The Devil Spirit Saint said coldly. The Devil Spirit Saint's demonic aura grew stronger and stronger and dyed the entire void black. Devil Spirit Saint, let's settle the grudge between us today. Although Yi Qinfeng's power shocked Luoshan, Luoshan knew how terrifying the Devil Spirit Saint was. She was afraid of accidents and stepped forward. Luoshan, I advise you not to interfere in this matter. Otherwise, when the Demon Lord wakes up, it won't just be 1 slash. 2 beams of light shot out from the Devil Saint's eyes. He glared at Luoshan and warned her coldly. Devil Spirit Saint, do you know why I haven't pulled out this dagger after all these years? Luoshan's old face was filled with hatred. What? You still want to take revenge on the demon lord? Devil spirit, Saint said disdainfully. That's right. I'd rather be pierced by thousands of arrows to kill you all. Luotian's body exploded with a vigorous energy. He was like an awakened lion, baring his sharp fangs and ready to attack. Yi Qinfeng, today the Octave Kingdom challenged you to a battle. If you dare to borrow the power of others, I'll immediately crush her head and send her to the afterlife. When the battle was about to start, Qi Qingtian shamelessly used Planner's life to threaten Yi Qinfeng. Qi Qingtian, what will it take for you to release Planner of Heaven? Yi Qinfeng said calmly. No one could see through his thoughts. It's simple. You and the Devil Spirit Saint fight. If you win, I'll let you take Planner of Heaven. If you lose, you leave your life behind. Qi Qingtian quickly communicated with the Devil Spirit Saint using telepathy. All right, I agree. Yi Qinfeng agreed without hesitation. Luotian, leave him to me. I'll chop off his dog head. Chengfeng, this Devil Spirit Saint's strength is unfathomable. He also has a supreme, holy treasure. I'm afraid you're not his opponent. Luotian reminded him. Don't worry, Luotian. I'll kill him like killing a dog. Yi Qinfeng replied domineeringly. He stepped into the void and appeared above the 9 heavens. He looked down at the Devil Spirit Saint and said, Devil Spirit Saint, come and die. Kid, I'll kill you today. The Devil Spirit Saint's demonic energy erupted like a volcano. He carried a chilling demonic energy with him as he appeared in midair. He blasted out a palm strike towards Yi Qinfeng. As he blasted out a palm strike, the space filled with powerful restrictions began to fluctuate. The terrifying energy made many people feel suffocated. Even breathing became difficult. Silver sword spirit break. Yi Qinfeng's pupils shrank. The silver sword spirit flew out of his sea of soul and slashed at the Devil Spirit Saint's palm like mercury. It broke the Devil Spirit Saint's attack. Devil Spirit Saint, I'll beat you into a dead dog today. With that, Yi Qinfeng ignited his Hongmeng bloodline. All the potential in his body was unleashed. An ancient aura seeped out of his body, allowing him to break through the limit of 5-star Dao Saint and reach 6-star Dao Saint. What kind of bloodline is this? Feeling Yi Qinfeng's sudden increase in strength and the bloodline power that made his heart palpitate, the Devil Spirit Saint revealed a serious expression. He summoned the supreme, holy treasure hand of True Devil without hesitation and attacked Yi Qinfeng. 9 Dragon Jade Annulus break. Igniting his Hongmeng bloodline, Yi Qinfeng had endless Dao power for a short period of time. He quickly deduced the 3 spirit-level Dao diagrams and poured all the soul power in his body into the 9 Dragon Jade Annulus. He controlled the 9 Dragon Jade Annulus to condense 8 deadly mad dragons. With the power to destroy everything, they collided with the hand of True Devil. Boom! Boom! The attacks of the 2 supreme, holy treasures collided. The terrifying power shattered the entire sky and shook the restrictions that enveloped the 8-point Imperial Palace. It was full of cracks. 9 Dragon Jade Annulus continued to attack. After the attack, Yi Qinfeng continued to control the endless Dao power to pour into the 9 Dragon Jade Annulus. He controlled the 9 Dragon Jade Annulus to continue to condense the deadly mad dragons and continue to attack the Devil Spirit Saint. Damn it, how is this possible? Under the continuous attacks of the 9 Dragon Jade Annulus, the Devil Spirit Saint's attack was instantly suppressed. He couldn't believe that Yi Qinfeng could control the supreme holy treasure to attack without any scruples. Boom! Deafening explosions continued to sound in the sky, shaking the eardrums of everyone in the palace. Many people were bleeding from their 7 orifices and fled in panic. Puff! The Devil Spirit Saint relied on his absolute strength to resist the attacks of the 9 Dragon Jade Annulus for more than 10 times. He couldn't hold on anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the void, smashing hard on the ground. Mobile reading site. Book address In order to facilitate your next reading, you can click on the bookmark below to record this reading record. You can see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1454. Lord Demonic Spirit Saint Chi Qingtian did not expect the demonic spirit saint, a 6-star demonic spirit saint, to be defeated so quickly. He was in disbelief and felt uneasy. Watermark advertisement, test watermark advertisement, test demonic emperor furnace, suppress. Using the 9-dragon jade annulus to severely injure the demonic spirit saint, Yi Qinfeng immediately took out the supreme grade sacred treasure, the demonic emperor's furnace. He activated the purple-eyed dark rhino soul to increase the power of the demonic emperor's furnace and suppress the demonic spirit saint. He wanted to kill him while he was severely injured. True demonic hand, supporting heaven and earth as the demonic emperor furnace came down. The demonic spirit saint ignored his injuries and controlled the true demonic hand to grow bigger and grab the demonic emperor furnace. Yi Qinfeng, stop right now, or I will crush your head. The devil spirit saint was of great significance to the Octave divine nation. If he was killed by Yi Qinfeng, it would bring incalculable losses to the Octave divine nation. Qi Qingtian had no choice but to continue threatening Yi Qinfeng with the plunder of the heavens. Qi Qingtian, didn't we agree that if I defeat the demonic spirit saint, you'll let Diaojin go? Are you going back on your words? Is the Octave Kingdom so shameless? Yi Qinfeng glared at Qi Qingtian, who was holding Diao Yin's head and threatening him, and said coldly, Yi Qinfeng, you are still so naive. Qi Qingtian threw caution to the wind and said, stop attacking now, or I will crush her soul. Qi Qingtian, I am fine. Looking at Diao Yin, whose head was bleeding, Yi Qinfeng's eyes turned cold. He glared at Qi Qingtian and took back the demonic emperor furnace. Yi Qinfeng, you're destined to be a loser if you go against me. Qi Qingtian laughed and said arrogantly, Yi Qinfeng, if you want her to live, then do as I say. Otherwise, not only will I crush her head, I'll also strip her naked. Can you bear to do that to such a beautiful girl? Qi Qingtian, my relationship with Diao Yin is not as deep as you think. Yi Qinfeng thought. Also, if anything happens to Diao Yin, I swear to the heavens that I will kill everyone in the Octave Kingdom. 111 really? As he spoke, Qi Qingtian pointed at the back of the celestial plunder. A piercing pain spread through her entire body, waking her up from her deep coma. The moment she opened her eyes, she felt a chill on her back. The crazy Qi Qingtian had torn her clothes, causing her to scream uncontrollably. Yi Qinfeng, Dian Tian is still a virgin, but if you don't listen to me, don't blame me for taking her virginity in front of everyone. Just thinking about such a beautiful little beauty makes me excited, Qi Qingtian said viciously as he gently stroked Dian Tian's scar-covered back. Yi Qinfeng, don't worry about me. Hurry up and go. The pale-faced heaven plunderer suddenly shouted loudly when he saw Yi Qinfeng not far away. Oh, I didn't expect you two to be so lovey-dovey. Qi Qingtian grabbed Diao Qin's blood-stained hair and said, Yi Qinfeng, I'll give you 10 breaths of time to consider. Either be obedient, or I'll treat you to a good show. By the way, I advise you not to save her by force. That way, I can guarantee that she will suffer even more. Let me think about it. Looking at Dian Tian wailing in pain, Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and suddenly entered the Qinquan realm. Yi Qinfeng disappeared mysteriously. Qi Qingtian frowned slightly and began counting. When he counted to 6, his left hand that was holding Dian Tian's had began to exert force. Yi Qinfeng left the Qinquan realm and said, Qi Qingtian, you win. What do you want me to do? It's simple. Break all your meridians and cripple all your Dao power. Then I'll let her go. Qi Qingtian ordered with a sinister smile. No, Chengfeng, you can't trust Qi Qingtian's words. Even if you break your meridians, you can't save her. Luotian's expression changed slightly as she hurriedly said, just as Luotian finished speaking, Qi Qingtian tore Diantian's clothes again, revealing her snow-white shoulders and blood-stained arms. Yi Qinfeng, I'm a heavy-handed person. Next time, I'll take off all her clothes and let everyone here admire her. Qi Qingtian warned coldly. Fine, I can break all my meridians, but you have to swear that after I break my meridians, you'll let Diantian go. Otherwise, I'll have to take her back by force. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and said, Yi Qinfeng, don't be so stupid. You'll really lose your life. Tears gushed out of Diantian's eyes. She struggled with all her might and shouted loudly. Qi Qingtian's expression darkened. He released his Dao power to suppress Diantian's voice, making her unable to speak. Fine, I swear by the Dao of Heaven. As long as you break your meridians, I'll let her go immediately. No, Qingfeng. Luotian's body flashed and appeared beside Yi Qinfeng. She grabbed his shoulder tightly and said, However, the moment she grabbed Yi Qinfeng's shoulder, the muscles at the corner of her eyes twitched slightly. She sensed something. Senior Luotian, I can't just watch something happen to Diantian. I'm sorry. Yi Qinfeng quickly exchanged glances with Luotian. He took a deep breath and walked towards Qi Qingtian amidst Jiao Yian shouts. With every step he took, the meridians in his body would explode. Large amounts of blood flowed out from his golden dragon robe and dyed the ground red. Seeing Yi Qinfeng willingly explode his meridians for Diantian, Jiao Yian and Diantian were crying. The Dao addict, Tianji, and the others had the urge to stop him. However, since Luotian did not say anything, they did not act on their own. Their bloodshot eyes stared at Yi Qinfeng's back. They wanted to know if he had any other means to turn the situation around. Bang! Yi Qinfeng left behind bloody footprints. After walking for dozens of meters, his legs gave way and he knelt on the ground. Qi Qingtian, give me Diantian and I'll break my own meridians. Yi Qinfeng supported himself with both hands on the ground. He stared at Qi Qingtian with a ferocious expression and said weakly. Qi Qingtian quickly communicated with the heavily injured demon saint. Suddenly, he threw Diantian to Yi Qinfeng. At this moment, the demon saint attacked at the same time. He wanted to use this opportunity to kill Yi Qinfeng and prevent future troubles. Diantian, at this critical moment, Yi Qinfeng moved his mind and transported the heavily injured Diantian into the universe realm. However, the moment the Diantian disappeared, he attacked himself. 184 outside, he took the attack of the demon saint's hand of the true demon head-on. Boom! The supreme grade, true demon hand of the true demon slammed into Yi Qinfeng's chest. While shattering the golden dragon robe, it pierced through his chest. In the next moment, a large amount of violent energy surged out of the true demon hand and poured into Yi Qinfeng's body, shattering it. Qingfeng, seeing Yi Qinfeng's body being destroyed by the demon saint's attack, the Dao addict, Tianji, and the others were all dumbfounded. They attacked without caring about their own safety. They all came back. However, at this moment, Luotian waved her arm. A strong hurricane swept up and pushed the Dao addict, Tianji, and the others back. Go to hell, kid. The demon saint quickly struck out a second palm. It slammed into Yi Qinfeng's head and exploded it. Mobile reading site. Book address. To make it easier for you to read it next time, you can click Save at the bottom to record this reading. You will see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1455. Dead, he's finally dead. Seeing Yi Qinfeng's head explode, Qi Qingtian let out a sigh of relief and revealed a cruel smile. Sogu 360. So search JDXS free download watermark advertisement test watermark advertisement test from their point of view. Yi Qinfeng would not be able to come back from the dead after his head exploded. How could this be? Qingfeng is dead. Jiao Yian's mind went blank as tears flowed uncontrollably. She could not accept the reality in front of her eyes. Luo Shen, it's time to settle the grudge between us. After killing Yi Qinfeng's head with one palm strike, the arrogant demon spirit saint looked at Luo Shen and the others. He wanted to use this opportunity to kill Luo Shen and the others and destroy the foundation of the human race. Demon spirit saint, Qi Qingtian, aren't you very happy and proud right now? Just as the demon spirit saint and the others were about to attack, a deep voice suddenly sounded and reverberated in the chaotic palace. Who is it? Hearing Yi Qinfeng's voice, the demon spirit saint, Qi Qingtian, and the others were shocked. They immediately looked at Yi Qinfeng, whose head exploded and who was wearing the golden dragon robe. At this time, the broken golden dragon robe disappeared, and Yi Qinfeng's body that was full of cracks also disappeared in front of their eyes. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng walked out of the universe mirror, his entire body shining with Tao light and wearing the glazed flame profound armor. How can you be fine? Looking at the unharmed Yi Qinfeng, the demon spirit saint, and Qi Qingtian widened their eyes in disbelief. They could not believe what they were seeing. You don't have to worry about me. Laugh if you want, scream if you want. Once you're done, we'll slowly settle the score. Yi Qinfeng looked at the devil's spirit, Saint Qi Qingtian, whose smile froze, and said generously with a smile, Yi Qinfeng, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to use a clone to get out of this situation. The demon spirit saint regained his senses, and his expression darkened. But don't be too proud. I'm the ruler here. It doesn't matter how powerful you are. Good. Then I'll beat the hell out of you. With that, Yi Qinfeng stepped out with his sword steps and turned into an extremely sharp sword shadow. He attacked the devil's spirit saint and fought with him in the air. I had forgotten how many years it had been since he was so happy. Looking at Yi Qinfeng, who was fighting fiercely with the devil's spirit saint, Luo Shen's blood and fighting spirit were boiling. Everyone listen to my order. Attack the royal family of Orochi and break the foundation of the devil clan. Senior Tsang, Lei Yi, Fire Qilin, Spirit Fish, and Yen have all come out. When Luo Shen led everyone to attack the Orochi royal family, Yi Qinfeng summoned all of his helpers, bringing an even greater disaster to the Orochi royal family. However, there was no sign of the Marquis of Qianming among his helpers. Clearly, Yi Qinfeng had made thorough preparations for coming to Octahead Imperial City this time. Qi Yixian, awaken the 4 great demon saints. Have them come to help. Devil Spirit Saint didn't think that the situation would go out of control. He immediately shouted at Old God Emperor Qi Yixian. Good. Although the price of awakening the 4 great demon saints was huge, it was related to the life and death of Orochi royal family. Qi Yixian couldn't care less and immediately flew towards the Devil Mountain. Where are you going? Luo Shen took a step forward. The space shook and terrifying Tao power turned into a huge dragon. It roared and bit at Qi Yixian, not giving him a chance to escape. Suddenly, several black pillars of light rose from the Orochi royal family and pierced the sky. They collided with the huge dragon formed by Luo Shen's Tao power, shattering it and saving Qi Yixian. Using the restrictions of the royal family to escape, Qi Yixian raised his flying speed to the limit and flew towards the forbidden Devil Mountain at an extremely fast speed. Light of heaven, Xuan Yuan seeing Qi Yixian fly further and further away, Luo Shen frowned. She summoned her weapon. It was a saint weapon with a strange shape. It looked like a sword, but wasn't a sword. It looked like a pillar of light and chased after Qi Yixian. Although Luo Shen's strength was far superior to Qi Yixian's, the Orochi royal family had layers of restrictions. These restrictions all originated from the ancient times and were created by the Almighty of the demon race. They were extremely powerful. Luo Shen couldn't break through the layers of restrictions, even with the help of the extreme grade saint weapon light of heaven, Xianyuan. She could only watch as Qi Yixian rushed into the Devil Mountain. When Luo Shen failed to kill Qi Yixian, Tsang Kuan-wu and Lei Yi led the experts of the human race. Even if Qi Qingtian activated the strongest restrictions of the royal family and continuously killed Song Kunwu and the others, he still couldn't stop their fierce attacks. The almighty of the Orochi royal family continued to fall. Hongmeng blood, burn in order to end the battle quickly, and kill Devil Spirit Saint. Yi Qinfeng didn't hesitate to overdraw his body. He once again burned the powerful Hongmeng blood and possessed endless Dao power. Mirror image in the next moment. Yi Qinfeng once again created a mirror image that had the same battle strength as him. They attacked Devil Spirit Saint from the left and right. He used all his strength to suppress his attacks and forced him to retreat. True demon Hand Yi Qinfeng's battle strength was no longer the same as before. The mirror image's battle strength was not weaker than him. It was attacked by Yi Qinfeng and the mirror image like a tide. 5 before Devil Spirit Saint could only use the true demon hand to defend. Sword puppet when the Devil Spirit Saint held the hand of the true demon and attacked the mirror image doppelganger at all costs. The indestructible sword spirit puppet separated from Yi Qinfeng's body and blocked the mirror image doppelganger, taking on the true demon's attack head-on. Qiankuan sword, Qiankuan strike. Yi Qinfeng summoned the Qiankuan sword array and merged the silver sword spirit into the sword array, increasing the sword array's power. It slashed towards Devil Spirit Saint like a silver river, forcing him to dodge to the side. But the moment he dodged, the mirror image suddenly closed in on him and exploded with earth-shattering power. It slammed into his body, causing him to lose control of his body. Demon Emperor's Furnace. Suppressed seizing the moment Devil Spirit Saint lost control. Yi Qinfeng summoned the Demon Emperor's Furnace to suppress him. The Devil Spirit Saint couldn't dodge in time, and his legs were pressed into the ground. A large amount of blood seeped out from his arms. 9 Dragon Jade Wall, destroy him for me. Yi Qinfeng summoned the 9 Dragon Jade Annulus and channeled the boundless Dao energy in his body into the 9 Dragon Jade Annulus, forming 8 deadly dragons that continuously bombarded the Devil Saint's body. True Demon Hand, block for me. Devil Spirit Saint knew the power of the 9 Dragon Jade Wall. He continuously spat out several mouthfuls of essence blood into the True Demon Hand, activating the strongest power of the True Demon Hand. It turned into a huge hand that blocked in front of him, blocking the attacks of the 9 Dragon Jade Wall. Although the True Demon Hand and the 9 Dragon Jade Wall 68, it was a supreme grade, sacred treasure, but it still couldn't withstand the continuous attacks of the 9 Dragon Jade Wall. The stronger and stronger rebounding force constantly bombarded his body, shattering his body's defenses and worsening his injuries. 8 Strands Phantom, art seeing that Devil Spirit Saint couldn't withstand the continuous attacks of the 9 Dragon Jade Wall. He suddenly split into 8 clones and used the power of the clones to resist the attacks of the Demon Emperor's Furnace. Explode for me. While Mo Lingxing was using his 8 avatars to resist the attacks of the 9 Dragon Jade Annulus and the Demon Thearcha's Furnace, Yi Qinfeng suddenly closed in on his body and burst out with a force of 900 million pounds. He shattered the avatars in front of Mo Lingxing and slammed into his body. Poof! Devil Spirit Saint's chest was hit by Yi Qinfeng and directly collapsed. A large amount of blood spurted out from his mouth. His whole body was like a kite with a broken string and slammed into the ground. When Devil Spirit Saint struggled to get up, Yi Qinfeng once again approached his body with sword steps. He exploded with 900 million pounds of power and continued to attack him. He violently hit his body, aggravated his injuries, and directly blew him up. Mobile reading site. Book address. In order to facilitate your next reading, you can click on the Save button below to record this reading record. You can see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1456. Devil Spirit Saint. This world is not the world of your demon race. Let me send you to reincarnation. Looking at the heavily injured devil spirit saint, Yi Qianfeng controlled the Qinkuan sword to fuse with the silver sword spirit and turned it into an invincible divine sword. With an invincible sword might, it slashed towards the devil spirit saint. 88 Chinese? Less than or equal to equals. Less than or equal to Yi Qianfeng wanted to take advantage of the fact that he was severely injured to kill him. Want to kill me? In your next life. The devil spirit saint opened his mouth and spat out an irregular shaped crystal covered with black scales. It collided with Yi Qianfeng's killing blow. Not good. The moment Yi Qianfeng slashed the scaled crystal, an unimaginable power burst out from the crystal. Like a meteor, it bombarded Yi Qianfeng. The space within a 1-mile radius was shattered by the explosion of the crystal. Devil escape. The devil spirit saint glanced at Yi Qianfeng, who was engulfed by the explosion of the devil Kirin crystal. Ignoring his injuries, he used the devil escape to escape into the devil mountain. Suddenly, the devil spirit saint, who flew a few thousand meters, stopped in midair. His blood-red eyes flashed with a terrifying light. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. An ear-piercing sound rang out. Luotian, who was covered in injuries, under the pursuit of 4 black-clothed men, fled back in a sorry state. For devil saints, you are finally awake. Looking at the 4 men who chased after Luotian, the devil spirit saint revealed a trace of savagery. He shouted at Qi Yixian, "Give me the control crystal that controls the 4 devil saints." Yes, Lord Devil Saint. Qi Yixian did not dare to disobey the devil spirit saint's order. He gave the life stone that controlled the 4 devil saints to the devil spirit saint. As for the 4 great demon saints, they were another trump card of the Yamada divine nation. They were refined from the corpses of 5 peak 6-star demon saints. They had no life and only knew how to kill. Their consciousness was completely controlled by the life stone. Every time the 4 devil saints were awakened, it would cause great damage to the life stone. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, the Yamada divine kingdom rarely awakened the 4 devil saints. Swish! While the dark spirit saint was using the life stone to control the 4 demon saints, a sharp sword light tore through the chaotic space and slashed towards him. In the next moment, Yi Qianfeng, who had left the universe realm, tore through the collapsed space and appeared in front of the Holy Ghost. Senior Luotian, leave them to me. You go and help Senior Tsang and the others. Break the foundation of the devil race. Yi Qianfeng glanced at the heavily injured Luotian and said, "The 4 of them have very strong battle prowess. Each of them is comparable to a 6-star great devil saint." Luotian reminded him worriedly, "Don't worry, Senior Luo. I have a way to deal with them." Yi Qianfeng replied confidently, "For great devil saints, tear him apart." The evil spirit saint glared at Yi Qianfeng, wanting to eat his flesh and drink his blood. "You have so much confidence from just 4 wandering ghosts? Today, I'll show you what it means to be the king of zombies." Yi Qianfeng sneered and summoned the ancient bronze coffin that was suppressing the evil spirit saint. When he opened the ancient bronze coffin, an even more terrifying and pure demonic force and Yin Qi spread out from the ancient coffin. It was as though an ancient devil had awakened. In the next moment, the evil spirit saint walked out of the ancient bronze coffin. His body was shrouded in dense Yin Qi. His eyes were hollow and flickering with lightning. Although the evil spirit saint had 3 seals in his body and couldn't display his strongest strength, he could still display the strength of a peak 6-star great devil saint. Zombie King, evil spirit saint. The smile on the evil spirit saint's face froze when he saw the evil spirit saint walking out of the ancient bronze coffin. His eyes were wide open. Although the 4 great devil saints were powerful and had the strength of a peak 6-star Tao saint, they were far from the evil spirit saint's level. A zombie that cultivated into an evil spirit saint would have the strength of a demon emperor at the very least. Evil spirit saint, slaughter them. Yi Qinfeng gave the order to evil spirit Saint to kill. Following that, Yi Qinfeng summoned more than 10,000 gold-devouring beetles, desolate insect sovereigns, and a large number of insects to launch fatal attacks on the Orochi Imperials. The experts of the Orochi Imperials were already unable to withstand the attacks of San Kanwu, Lei Yi, and Lei Huang. Now that they were attacked by the gold-devouring beetles and desolate insect sovereigns, their losses were even greater. A large number of Orochi Imperial's experts lost their lives, torn into pieces by the gold-devouring beetles and desolate insect sovereigns. Roar! Blood! I want to drink blood! When the experts of the Orochi royal family suffered the devastating blow, Amoba let out an extremely savage roar, bringing with him an evil power that made people shudder as he attacked the 4 great devil saints. Rumble! When the evil spirit saint and the 4 great devil saints' attacks collided, an earth-shattering explosion swept out in all directions, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. Although the evil spirit saint's strength was sealed, he was much stronger than the 4 great devil saints in terms of defense and strength. Relying on his powerful body to withstand the destructive power that tore through space, the evil spirit saint continued to attack the 4 great devil saints, suppressing them with his strength alone. Changfeng, be careful! Luotian looked at the evil spirit saint with surprise and warned. She then charged towards the experts of the Orochi Imperials and started a frenzied massacre. Lord Devil Saint, this is for you! The 4 great devil saints were completely suppressed by the evil spirit saint, and the situation was reversed. The evil spirit saint wanted to retreat, but at this time, Qi Yixin took advantage of the chaos and passed a fruit that was filled with traces of devil qi to him. Devil fruit! Looking at the fruit that Qi Yixin passed over, the evil spirit saint frowned slightly. The devil fruit was a fruit that grew in the heaven domain. It contained a powerful evil force, and after consuming it, one could borrow the evil force to stimulate all the potential in the body and increase one's strength. However, the side effects of consuming the devil fruit were equally great. After consuming it, not only would it overdraft one's lifespan, it would also cause immeasurable damage to the body. Without 100 years of time, it would be impossible to recover. But at the moment of life and death, the evil spirit saint couldn't care less. He looked at Qi Yixin with deep meaning and quickly swallowed the devil fruit. Who? When the devil fruit entered the evil spirit saint's body, it immediately melted and released a vast amount of evil force into his body. It greatly increased his strength, making him infinitely close to the battle strength of a 1-star devil saint. Die! With his strength increasing sharply, the evil spirit saint fiercely stepped on the void, causing cracks to appear in the void. With endless devil power, he tore through the chaotic space and attacked Yi Qinfeng. Boom! The evil spirit saint's body collided with Yi Qinfeng's body. It was like 2 meteorites colliding fiercely, exploding with a terrifying power, causing cracks to appear on Yi Qinfeng's glazed flame profound armor. And how did his strength increase so much? Feeling the evil spirit saint's strength increase sharply, Yi Qinfeng, who felt a trace of numbness in his body, revealed a surprised expression. Baki illusion magic art. After suppressing Yi Qinfeng in terms of battle strength, the evil spirit saint's body moved and instantly transformed into 8 demonic shadows. They surrounded Yi Qinfeng and attacked him with fatal attacks. Sacred flame, triple transformation. Yi Qinfeng's mind moved, and the 3 sacred flames instantly ignited. Then Yi Qinfeng merged with the heaven-suppressing orb and sacred blood orb, increasing his strength to the peak. He rushed towards one of the demonic shadows and relied on his absolute strength to destroy it. True demonic hand. Seeing Yi Qinfeng killing his way out of the encirclement, the evil spirit saint turned into an afterimage and appeared in front of Yi Qinfeng, holding the true demonic hand. He pierced through layers of space and pressed towards Yi Qinfeng. Boom! The true demonic hand and the 9-dragon jade annulus in front of Yi Qinfeng collided, creating a powerful, rebounding force. It bombarded Yi Qinfeng's body at close range and forced him back. In the next moment, the 7 demonic shadows attacked Yi Qinfeng with fatal attacks. The terrifying attacks instantly annihilated him. Chapter 1457. Die. The moment Yi Qinfeng was annihilated by the heavy attacks, the Devil's Spirit Saint, whose entire body was boiling with terrifying devil chi, flew straight up and continuously spat out a few mouthfuls of blood essence into the true devil's hand, stimulating the power of the true devil's hand. With an unparalleled sense of oppression, it fiercely pressed towards Yi Qinfeng. Watermark advertisement, test watermark advertisement test. Although Yi Qinfeng's strength was terrifying, the hand of the true demon was a top-grade holy treasure. The Devil's Spirit Saint had refined it for hundreds of thousands of years and had long been connected with it. He could almost exert its strongest power. If Yi Qinfeng was hit by the hand of the true demon, his body would be shattered no matter how strong it was. Life Spirit Technique, life burning at the critical moment. Yi Qinfeng burned 5,000 years of his life and used the majestic power of life to break through the shackles of the limit of the divine saint realm. He had the strength of a 1-star Dao master for a short time. However, the strength of a 1-star Dao master was too terrifying. Yi Qinfeng, who used the life spirit technique, could not fully control it, causing the realm to be unstable. Demon Emperor Furnace, break. Yi Qinfeng infused the boundless Dao energy in his body into the Demon Emperor's furnace, activating the Demon Emperor's furnace's power to the greatest extent. He controlled the Demon Emperor's furnace to fly up like a burning meteor, colliding with the true demon's hand at close range. Crack! Although the hand of the true demon was powerful, it could not resist the Demon Emperor furnace with the purple-eyed black rhino soul. Under the fierce impact of the Demon Emperor furnace, the handprint of the hand of the true demon was broken. Then, the 2 top-grade holy treasures seemed to have a life of their own as they fought fiercely in the air. What kind of secret magic is this? How can it make him so strong? After eating the devil fruit, the Devil's Spirit Saint's strength reached the limit of a 6-star Devil Saint. However, he found that Yi Qinfeng was stronger and more terrifying than him at this time. Sword Step Yi Qinfeng's feet flashed and directly tore through the violent storm of destruction. He approached the Devil's Spirit Saint and summoned the Cosmos Sword Formation, forming a terrible sword tornado and directly engulfing the Devil's Spirit Saint. Demon Suppression art being attacked by the extremely powerful Qiankuan Sword Formation that was comparable to a high-grade sacred artifact. The Devil's Spirit Saint immediately used the powerful Demon Suppression art, forming a terrifying suppression. B-68 forcefully suppressed the sword tornado, weakening its power. Black Dawn, Sacred Sword. When the Qiankuan Sword Formation was forcefully suppressed by the devil-suppressing holy art, Yi Qinfeng flew into the air and summoned the high-grade Holy Sword Black, the Holy Sword, into his hands. Fusing with the power of the Silver Sword Spirit and the Qiankuan Sword Diagram, he slashed towards the Demon Spirit Saint who had torn apart the sword tornado. True devil tactics at this critical moment, the Demon Spirit Saint condensed a tall and sturdy true demon phantom wrapped in billowing demonic chi. It rushed forward, resisting Yi Qinfeng's sword with all its strength. Qian ear-piercing, tearing sound was heard. Yi Qinfeng's man and weapon as one slash tore apart the true demon's shadow. It carried an unstoppable power as it slashed towards the Devil Saint. It shattered the scales that covered the Devil Saint's arms and sent him flying. Next, 3 spirit-level Dao diagrams emerged from his body, transforming into a terrifying Dao Si and 3 Doomsdays. They carried the power of calamity and slammed into Devil Spirit Saint, not giving him a chance to breathe. True Demon Hand return. At this moment, Yi Qinfeng's power was too terrifying. The Devil Saint couldn't resist at all. Even if he burned his bloodline power to the extreme, he still couldn't resist Yi Qinfeng's tide-like attacks. He wanted to forcefully summon the true demon hand back. At this moment, the demon emperor cauldron came down, ruthlessly suppressing the true demon hand, directly breaking the devil saint's greatest trump card. Theurgy tyrant kick, dragon subduing pillar, desolate furnace of heaven. When the demon emperor's furnace was restraining the true demon's hand, Yi Qinfeng pushed the power of Tao to the extreme. He continuously used mystic arts, saint techniques, and Tao formulas to bombard the devil spirit saint and worsen his injuries. 4 great demon saints return. As his injuries worsened, the devil saint could only forcefully summon the 4 great demon saints back. However, Mo Ba's power was even more terrifying. He controlled the bronze coffin to attack fiercely, shaking the 4 great demon saints like Mount Tai, not giving them a chance to save the devil saint. Gu Jianga sword heart connecting to the moon while Mo Ba was dealing with the 4 great demon saints. Yi Qinfeng's entire body turned into a bright moon, unleashing a terrifying sword will. Along with the dazzling song of the great Tao, he ruthlessly slashed at the wounded arm of the devil saint, splitting open the tough black scales and chopping off his arm. Demonic escape with his arm chopped off, the devil saint was terrified. He didn't hesitate to use demonic escape, turning into a ray of demonic light to escape. Qinkuan sword formation. Forbidden space. Yi Qinfeng moved his mind, and the 230 Qinkuan swords spun rapidly, sealing off the escape route of the devil saint. Lord, demon lord, save me. At the moment of life and death, the devil saint shouted at the devil mountain that was shrouded in black fog. Today no one can save you. As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng merged with the silver sword spirit. His entire body turned into a ray of white sword light, sweeping across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, evolving the great Tao. 5B4, he slashed at the devil saint who had lost his left arm. Ah, break for me! Feeling the destructive power of Yi Qinfeng's sword, the demon spirit saint let out a loud roar. It stimulated the greatest potential of its body and evolved the spirit-level Tao diagram. It continuously used powerful killing moves to weaken the might of Yi Qinfeng's sword that had fused with the silver sword soul. The devil saint's counterattack was extremely terrifying, but the offensive power of the silver sword spirit was beyond the limits of the central world. Moreover, Yi Qinfeng was far stronger than the devil saint. With just one slash, the devil saint's consecutive killing moves were broken one after another. The devil saint's body was even split open by Yi Qinfeng, injuring his internal organs. Human, can this farce end now? A deep and ancient voice resounded from the devil mountain. A black hand shot out from the mountain and grabbed at Yi Qinfeng with extreme speed, stopping him from killing the devil saint. I said, no one can save him. Yi Qinfeng had long been on guard against the sneak attack of the devil venerables. When the black hand was about to grab him, he immediately controlled the 9 dragon jade annulus to isolate the void. He condensed 9 dragons of extermination to shatter the black hand. At the next moment, Yi Qinfeng appeared in front of the heavily injured devil saint. He erupted with more than 1 billion gene of power and continuously attacked the devil saint's body, causing it to explode. Human, if you don't stop now, don't blame me for starting a massacre. The devil saint let out an angry roar. The terrifying voice caused the space to tremble violently. Spatial trajectory. 184 annihilate. Yi Qinfeng ignored the devil saint's warning and entered the attack trajectory, unleashing a fatal blow at the devil saint. Boom! The devil saint couldn't dodge in time and was directly struck by Yi Qinfeng's silver sword spirit. He directly exploded. The soul in his mind was also forcefully shattered by the silver sword spirit's terrifying sword intent. The devil saint had fallen. Human, I swear I will kill you all. Sensing that the devil saint was killed by Yi Qinfeng, the devil saint in the devil mountain was furious and woke up from his slumber. At the next moment, he frantically extracted the Devil Mountain's power and fused it into his body, suppressing the injuries that couldn't be healed. The Devil Saint in the Devil Mountain had awakened, and the situation was reversed once again. Mobile reading site, book address. To make it easier for you to read it next time, you can click bookmark at the bottom to record this reading. You will be able to see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1458. Senior Luoshin, the ancient demon lord in the Demon Mountain, has awakened and is going all out to destroy the Orochi Royal Palace. Watermark advertisement, test watermark advertisement, Testi, Qinfeng shouted as he summoned the primal chaos divine would to suppress the true demon's hand and put it into the universe realm. The ancient demon lord's strength was terrifying. Yi Qinfeng might not be a match for him, even if he used the life spirit technique and burned 5,000 years of his lifespan. However, he had already prepared a backup plan and was not afraid of the ancient demon lord's pursuit. Okay, Luoshin nodded. She held the light of heaven Xianyuan in her hand and attacked crazily, while she killed the almighties of Octahead Divine Nation. She destroyed the ancient palaces in the Octahead Imperial Palace. She destroyed the symbol of Octahead Divine Nation, the Octahead Imperial Palace. Crack! Just as the Orochi royal family was about to be annihilated, the restrictions in the Demon Mountain were broken. A bottomless chasm spread across the Demon Mountain. The ancient demon lord has awakened. Let's leave this place. Yi Qinfeng might have the strength of a Dao lord for a short period of time, but his realm was not stable. He did not continue to kill. He led everyone to break out of the Orochi royal palace, which was filled with a thick smell of blood. 4 great demon saints stopped them. Qi Yixian, who had saved his life with many trump cards, ordered loudly. After this battle, a large number of almighties from the Octave Divine Nation had fallen. The entire palace was covered in blood. When he thought about how his efforts had been destroyed, he felt his heart bleeding. He wished he could cut Yi Qinfeng and the others into pieces. Those who stop me will die. Yi Qinfeng roared and attacked the 4 great demon saints with Luoshin, Mo Kue, Song Kuan-Wu, Lei, and the Fire Qilin. The will of the great path that everyone had deduced quickly merged into the silver sword spirit. Endless silver light shone from the sword spirit, illuminating the void. It was like a rapidly flowing Milky Way, slashing at the 4 great demon saints who were conjuring the divine skill. Boom! Boom! The earth-shattering explosion could be clearly heard within a radius of 100 miles. A terrifying storm spread through the void, causing the entire space to tremble. Under the attack of the silver sword soul, the body of a demon saint was penetrated, and the terrifying sword will poured into his body. 111 his body was riddled with holes. Explode! Then Yi Qinfeng ignited the 3 saint fires, unleashing a force of over 1 billion jin. Like a burning meteor, he slammed into the devil saint's body, causing his cracked body to explode. Yin and Yang Pisces the instant, Yi Qinfeng forcefully smashed a devil saint into pieces. Luoshin also executed her strongest attack. She deduced the yin-yang Dao will to the extreme and condensed a yin-yang twin fish disc, which fiercely bombarded the body of another devil saint. Kachachi under the attack of the yin-yang twin fish disc, demon saint lost control of his body. His tough body started to crack, and he slammed into demon saint's body behind him. The light of heaven Xianyuan, borrow the power of the world to destroy the demon Luoshin, leaped into the air and unleashed a secret technique. She forcefully borrowed the terrifying power of the world and infused it into the light of heavenly Xianyuan. With a single slash, she shattered the heavily injured demon saint's body. They're all back. Seeing the 2 ancient devil sages being destroyed by Yi Qinfeng and the others, Qi Yixian immediately wanted to summon the other 2 ancient devil sages back to prevent further damage. Don't go back, let's perish together. Yi Qinfeng controlled the Cosmos Sword Formation to restrict the space, sealing off the escape route of the two ancient devil sages. Following that, Song Kanwu, Lei Yi Lei Huang, and the others controlled their strongest sage treasures and continuously bombarded the bodies of the two ancient devil sages, worsening their injuries. All of you deserve to die. In the chaotic Devil Mountain, an angry roar rang out again. An even more terrifying giant hand with flowing black light flew out from the Devil Mountain and grabbed towards Yi Qinfeng and the others. Moo! A loud roar rang out from the Demon Emperor's furnace. Infused with Yi Qinfeng's endless Tao energy, the Demon Emperor's furnace collided with the giant black hand and resisted its attack. 9 Dragon Jade Annulus, destroy! Yi Qinfeng infused endless Tao energy into the 9 Dragon Jade Annulus and controlled it to condense 9 deadly dragons. They evolved into an invincible Tao aura and attacked the 2 ancient devil masters. After the 9 deadly dragons, Yi Qinfeng continued to infuse Tao energy into the 9 Dragon Jade Annulus and condensed more deadly dragons. Not even an ancient devil master could control a supreme-grade sage treasure to attack without any restraint. When Yi Qinfeng controlled the 9 Dragon Jade Annulus to attack with all its might, Luoxin, Song Kanwu, Lei Yi, and the others also executed their powerful sage skills and attacked the 2 ancient devil masters. Under the ferocious attacks of Yi Qinfeng and the others, the injuries of the 2 ancient devil masters worsened. In the end, their bodies were shattered by everyone's combined efforts. Humans, you have angered this ancient devil. When the 4 ancient devil masters were killed one after another, a several dozen-meter tall devil shadow emerged from the chaotic Devil Mountain. Its entire body was filled with devil qi, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. Senior Luoxin, Big Brother, everyone, I will stop this ancient devil master. All of you leave this place quickly. We will meet in the 9 heavens, divine nation. Feeling the destructive devil power released by the devil shadow, Yi Qinfeng immediately asked Luoxin, Tianji, and the others to leave. Qinfeng, I will stay behind to help you deal with him. Luoxin didn't leave when she saw the ancient devil master, who injured her and left a dagger on her body. Okay, Yi Qinfeng nodded. He controlled the chaotic divine to suppress the Taoist power that was faintly out of control in his body. He was ready to fight the ancient devil master head-on and buy time for Tianji and the others to leave. Master, 5th brother, take care. Tianji and the others nodded. They jumped onto a spiritual boat summoned by the Tao Addict and flew out of the chaotic Yamata Imperial City at an extremely fast speed. Come back. When the ancient devil master saw the Tao Addict driving the spiritual boat away, he threw out a palm that evolved the Great Way. It was as if a giant hand that could swallow heaven and earth grabbed the spiritual boat that was flying at an extremely fast speed. Roar! Roar! Roar after roar of dragons resounded in the 9 dragons' jade wall. Under the stimulation of Yi Qinfeng's endless Taoist power, 9 deadly wild dragons flew up and bombarded the ancient devil master one after another. They blocked the ancient devil master's giant hand that stretched out across the space. Chengfeng, the ancient devil master's strength is terrifying. I am afraid that he has reached the limit of 1-star Tao Master. If we are no match for him, leave quickly. I will help you. Luoxin looked at the ancient devil master who was roaring angrily and releasing suffocating power and said in a dignified tone, Don't worry, Senior Luoxin. I have already prepared backup plan. If we are no match for him, we will teleport away. Before they came, Yi Qinfeng left Marquis Qianming outside and asked him to set up several teleportation formations to deal with any trouble they might encounter at any time. Good. Luoxin's eyes lit up. He appreciated Yi Qinfeng even more for his meticulousness. He believed that Yi Qinfeng's means were enough to help the human tribe rise. Luoxin, how dare you lead people to destroy the foundation of the demon tribe and start a war? It seems that I must destroy the inheritance of the human tribe. Using the power of the demon mountain to suppress his injuries, the ancient devil master appeared in the sky above the Yamada imperial palace, where blood flowed like a river. He looked at Luo Shen fiercely and recognized him. Devil Master, the current Fighting Soul Continent is no longer the original Fighting Soul Continent. It's time for a change. Luo Shen ignored the terrible evil spirit that was leaking out of the ancient Devil Master's body and replied domineeringly, "Good, good, good. I will see how you ants of the human tribe can change the world." The ancient Devil Master's deep eyes shot out like lightning. He held a powerful heavenly halberd that was at the level of a supreme, sacred weapon. With endless evil spirit, he slashed toward Yi Qinfeng and the others. Mobile reading site. Book address. To make it easier for you to read it next time, you can click on the Collect button below to record this reading record. You will see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1459. Boom! The ancient demon supremacy's sky piercer collided with the demon emperor's cauldron in the sky, erupting with a force that could tear the sky apart. Watermark advertisement, test watermark advertisement, test Cosmos sword formation. Cosmos strike when the ancient demon supremacy relied on his absolute strength to smash the demon emperor's cauldron away. Yi Qinfeng controlled the Cosmos sword to form a giant sword that was dozens of feet long. Fusing with the silver sword soul, it slashed towards the ancient demon supremacy. Humph! An ant will always be an ant. An ant will never be able to shake a tree. The ancient demon lord snorted coldly and smashed his halberd against the Qian Kun giant sword, causing it to explode with a single blow. This ancient demon supremacy, 111, how could he be so strong? Yi Qinfeng ignited his primordial bloodline and used the life spirit technique. For a short period of time, he also possessed the combat strength of a Tao master. However, he realized that the ancient demon supremacy's combat strength was far superior to his. Even the silver sword soul could not hurt him. Yin-Yang Pisces plate when the ancient demon supremacy broke Yi Qinfeng's killing moves. Luoshan took the risk to approach the ancient demon supremacy. Her hands moved like flowing water, forming a Yin-Yang Pisces plate and attacking the ancient demon supremacy's back. All of a sudden, the space behind the ancient demon lord began to wrinkle, stacking layers to block the Yin-Yang Pisces plate. Demon supremacy. I want to drink the blood of the demon supremacy. Mo Ba's hollow eyes flashed with a chilling murderous light. He locked onto the ancient demon supremacy and raised the ancient bronze coffin high up. He smashed it with all his might and started to fight with the ancient demon supremacy. Although the ancient demon supremacy's combat strength was far superior to Mo Ba's body was too strong. In addition to the sealed power in his body, he constantly dissolved the ancient demon supremacy's attacks. For a time, the ancient demon supremacy was unable to destroy Mo Ba. Ba, you actually have the strength to subdue a Ba. The ancient demon supremacy held the sky piercer and smashed Mo Ba again and again. However, he could not cause any substantial damage to him. This made his face turn gloomy. He ignored the old injuries on his body and attacked with all his might. Dragons subduing pillars while the ancient demon lord and Mo Ba were fighting fiercely. Yi Qinfeng had derived the 3 spirit-level Tao diagrams to the extreme, forming dragons subduing pillars that were hundreds of feet tall. With hundreds of millions of pounds of suppressive force, they continuously bombarded the ancient demon lord's body. At this moment, Luoshin, San Kuan-Wu, and Lei also controlled their saint treasures and saint artifacts to attack fiercely. They wanted to gather everyone's strength to suppress the ancient demon sovereign. How the ancient demon lord raised his head and roared at the sky. A power that was beyond the imagination of Yi Qinfeng and the others erupted from his body. It was like an erupting volcano, piercing through the sky and shattering the attacks of Yi Qinfeng and the others. The saint treasures that were attacking him were sent flying. 9 dragon jade annulus. Blast! Ordinary attacks could not harm the ancient demon lord in the slightest. Yi Qinfeng crazily poured endless Tao energy into the 9 dragon jade annulus, controlling it to constantly grow bigger, isolating the entire space. He constantly condensed, killing berserk dragons, attacking the ancient demon lord from midair. Blood Devil Mountain. Suppress. The 9 deadly dragons attacked. The ancient demon venerables immediately summoned the supreme grade saint treasure, the Blood Demon Mountain. They controlled the Blood Demon Mountain, which constantly expanded and suppressed the dragons that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They evolved the Great Tao and weakened the attacks of the 9 dragon jade annulus. Yin Yang Pisces Plate. Yin Yang Reversal. The ancient demon lord's battle strength was beyond imagination. In order to severely injure him, Luotian controlled the power of the world to fuse into her body, forming a huge Pisces plate. She forcefully reversed Yin and Yang to attack the ancient demon lord and disperse his attacks. Demon Lord bloodline ignition. After being attacked continuously, the ancient demon lord also felt the pressure, forcing him to ignite his powerful demon lord bloodline to increase his strength. However, the moment he ignited his demon lord bloodline, the old injuries in his body showed signs of flaring up, forcing him to continue absorbing the power of the demon lord to suppress his injuries. Demon Emperor Furnace. Destroy. When the ancient demon lord drained the power of the demon lord and counterattacked with all his strength, Yi Qinfeng injected the inexhaustible Tao power in his body into the 9 dragon jade annulus and the demon Emperor Furnace, controlling the 2 supreme grade saint treasures to attack fiercely. While the 2 supreme grade saint treasures attacked, Yi Qinfeng also controlled the 3 holy spirits to fuse together to form the wrath of God's punishment, bombarding the ancient demon lord. Partitioned space. When the ancient demon lord was engulfed by the tide-like attacks, he immediately used the mysterious space rule to partition the space around his body and neutralize the heavy attacks. Well, he's gone. When the demon Emperor Furnace forcefully shattered the space track, Yi Qinfeng unexpectedly discovered that the ancient demon lord was gone. Not good. Suddenly, Yi Qinfeng felt danger beside him. Without thinking, he immediately used the sword steps and increased his speed by 10 times to dodge. However, the ancient demon lord's attack speed was too fast. Before Yi Qinfeng could dodge, he waved his sky piercer and smashed over. The amazing speed made Yi Qinfeng unable to make a second reaction. He could only instinctively burst out with more than 1 billion pounds of strength and defend with the Black Dragon's sacred sword. Bang! When the sky piercer that shattered the void hit the Black Dragon's sacred sword, B68, the Black Dragon's sacred sword that was filled with 1 billion pounds of strength, was shattered. A terrifying force passed through the Black Dragon's sacred sword and poured into Yi Qinfeng's arms, causing his arms that were comparable to low-grade saint artifacts to be filled with cracks. A large amount of blood flowed out uncontrollably. As for Yi Qinfeng, he lost control of his body and was smashed to the ground by the ancient demon lord, creating a huge crater in the ground. Go to hell! Yi Qinfeng fell to the ground with serious injuries. Immediately, 3 experts from the Octave Divine Nation approached him and controlled their respective sacred treasures to bombard his body, wanting to kill him. Vertigo Art Yi Qinfeng, who was covered in blood, narrowed his eyes. The soul of a 6-star Tao saint exploded, forming a terrifying vertigo power that directly blasted into the soul sea of the 3 experts from the Octave Divine Nation, tearing their souls apart and causing them to have splitting headaches and bleeding from their 7 orifices. Silver Sword Soul extinguish, following which the Silver Sword Soul flew out of Yi Qinfeng's soul sea and turned into a white light that pierced through the bodies of the 3 Nirvana Realm experts from the Octave Divine Nation, killing them. Yi Qinfeng had just killed the 3 Nirvana Realm experts when the ancient demon lord controlled the Mount Blood Devil to come crashing down, smashing Yi Qinfeng under the Mount Blood Devil. Qinfeng, When Luotian saw that Yi Qinfeng was unable to escape from the suppression of the Mount Blood Devil, her heart trembled and revealed a worried expression. Don't worry, Luotian. Chung Feng has his own life-saving methods. A mere ancient demon lord won't be able to kill him. Song Kuan Wu and Luotian were old acquaintances. Seeing Luotian's worried expression, Song Kuan Wu transmitted a message. As expected, when the ancient demon lord summoned the Mount Blood Devil back to attack Mo Ba, Yi Qinfeng, who was perfectly fine, left the universe realm. He stepped on the universe sword diagram and continued to attack the ancient demon lord. A spatial treasure. I didn't expect you to have such a high-grade spatial treasure in such a low-grade realm. Looking at the unscathed Yi Qinfeng, the ancient demon lord frowned. He didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to be able to control the spatial treasure's defense. However, as the ultimate weapon of the Octave Divine Nation, the ancient demon lord possessed many heaven-defying trump cards. When Yi Qinfeng and the others joined forces to attack, the ancient demon lord used his powerful trump card. Rays of black, lightning-like devil light broke out of his body. Under his control, it rapidly circled around and disrupted the void, engulfing Yi Qinfeng and the others in the devil light. Mobile reading site, book address. For the convenience of your next reading, you can click on the Save button at the bottom to record this reading record. The next time you open the bookshelf, you will be able to see it. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1460. What kind of attack was this? After being attacked by the black demonic light, Yi Qinfeng realized that his physical body was constantly shattering. Lei Yi, Song Kanwu, and the three sacred beasts were severely injured. He quickly teleported them back to the Qinquan realm. Watermark advertisement, test watermark advertisement, test true, demonic, furnace. The ancient demonic lord's hands moved quickly, controlling the demonic light that engulfed Yi Qinfeng and the others to quickly condense into a black furnace. He wanted to refine Yi Qinfeng and the others to death. 9 Dragon Jade Wall break. In the face of danger, Yi Qinfeng continued to control the endless Tao energy and poured it into the 9 Dragon Jade Wall. He condensed a powerful, murderous dragon that flowed with innate Tao patterns. 5B4 Furnace. At this moment, Luotian also held the light of Heaven Xianyuan in her hand and continuously unleashed powerful killer moves. She attacked the true demonic furnace together with Yi Qinfeng, trying to break out of the encirclement. However, the true demonic furnace that the ancient demonic lord unleashed was extremely powerful. Even when Yi Qinfeng and Luotian worked together, they still couldn't break the true demonic furnace. The demonic emperor's furnace returned. At the critical moment, Yi Qinfeng summoned the demonic emperor's furnace back and transmitted a message to the wounded Luotian. Senior, don't resist. I will send you to my spatial treasure, and then we will teleport away. After that, Yi Qinfeng moved his mind and teleported Luotian to the Qinquan realm. Then he crushed the teleportation disc and released a powerful teleportation force that shot into the sky. He brought Yi Qinfeng with him and disappeared. Where are you going? Looking at Yi Qinfeng, who teleported away, the ancient demonic lord was enraged. He immediately used a secret technique and disappeared from the Orochi Imperial Palace. He chased after Yi Qinfeng and the others with all his might. Father, do you think the demonic lord can kill Yi Qinfeng, that little bastard? Qi Qingtian would never have dreamed that Yi Qinfeng, whom he had never taken seriously, would grow to such a level in just a few short years. He had single-handedly pushed the Orochi royal family into a bottomless abyss. Don't worry, the demon lord is invincible in this world. That little bastard and Luotian will definitely die. Qi Yixian, whose face was as gloomy as water, said gloomily, even if he really escapes this time, they can't cut off the inheritance of our Orochi royal family. No one can shake the inheritance of our Orochi royal family. 5B4BR so fast. When Yi Chen-feng was teleported to the first teleportation array, the God-eating brain, which was rapidly deducing, felt the aura of the ancient demon Venerable approaching at an unimaginable speed. It quickly crushed the second teleportation array disk and appeared thousands of miles away. It met up with Marquis Qianming, who had been waiting for a long time and was hiding in the mountains, and flew out of the mountain range. Just as he flew out of the mountain range, Yi Chen-feng broke into a long river and entered the universe realm. Chen-feng, I didn't expect you to have such a spatial treasure. This is really too shocking. Luotian looked at the universe realm's beautiful, fairyland-like environment and breathed in the pure true spirit energy. She couldn't help but praise. I got this treasure by chance. Yi Chen-feng smiled slightly and said vaguely. After speaking, Yi Chen-feng swallowed the unripe longevity fruit into his stomach and recovered the 5,000 years of life that he burned. He breathed in the true spirit energy, and with the help of the spiritual pearl of life, he quickly healed his body's injuries. When Yi Chen-feng and the others were healing in the universe realm, Yi Chen-feng's sharp perception passed through the universe realm and felt the aura of the ancient demon Venerable appear in this lush mountain range. This ancient demon Venerable's methods were indeed terrifying. In such a short time, he actually caught up to here. Yi Chen-feng showed a trace of a dignified expression, and his mind was constantly thinking of ways to deal with the ancient demon Venerable. After thinking for a while, Yi Chen-feng's eyes lit up, and he thought of a way to fight the ancient demon Venerable. 111, he activated the universe realm, and when the ancient demon Venerable sensed him, he crushed the third teleportation array disk and disappeared from the bottom of the river. Following that, he crushed the fourth and fifth teleportation array disks and appeared at the border of the 8 divergent divine nation. Spirit boat after escaping the ancient demon Venerable's pursuit in a short time. Yi Chen-feng summoned the spirit boat and injected a large amount of low-grade heavenly crystals into it. He quickly flew in the direction of the 9 chasms. About a day later, the extremely fast spiritual boat appeared outside the 9 chasms. Just as Yi Chen-feng guessed, the ancient demon Venerable had used a heaven-defying method to lock onto him and was chasing after him at an extremely fast speed. 9 chasms break. Yi Chen-feng didn't reduce his speed and controlled the spirit boat to pass through the 9 chasms, appearing in the eastern continent. He steered the spirit boat towards the East Sea at an extremely fast speed. Human brat, I advise you to stop your meaningless struggle. Even if you go up to the sky or down to the ground, don't think of escaping from my pursuit. After crushing the 9 chasms with absolute power, the ancient demon Venerable appeared in the eastern continent. He locked onto the speeding spirit boat and let out a ferocious roar. Let's talk about it when you catch up with me. Yi Chen-feng didn't back down and continued to inject low-grade heavenly crystals into the spirit boat. He controlled the spirit boat to speed up and fly towards the east. Boom! 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 When the ancient demon Venerable was chasing after Yi Chen-feng, he constantly blasted out powerful killer moves in an attempt to slow down the spirit boat's flying speed. However, the God-Eater brain had undergone a metamorphosis, and its ability to evolve was extremely strong. Under its evolution, Yi Chen-feng could always predict the trajectory of the ancient demon Venerable's attacks and control the spirit boat to dodge them. When the ancient demon Venerable used the opportunity when the spirit boat was dodging to close the distance between him and the spirit boat, Yi Chen-feng constantly summoned the 3 holy spirits and used the wrath of God's punishment to attack. Slowly, the speeding spirit boat entered the endless sky above the East Sea, where the sea and the sky merged into one. Boom! The sea splashed everywhere. Yi Chen-feng drove the spirit boat into the rippling East Sea and entered the universe realm to hide before the ancient demon Venerable entered the East Sea. Yes, he disappeared. After entering the East Sea, the ancient demon Venerable realized that Yi Chen-feng's aura had disappeared. His dark eyebrows were tightly knitted together as he released a powerful soul power to search. However, after activating the second level of the universe realm was hidden better. In addition, due to the influence of the sea, the ancient demon Venerable couldn't find the location of the universe realm. After searching for 15 minutes with all his might, the ancient demon Venerable had no choice but to leave this sea region and quickly enter the East Sea to continue searching for Yi Qinfeng's whereabouts. After about 3 days, Yi Qinfeng left the universe realm and summoned the Golden Wings, Flying Feather. He flew in the East Sea and headed towards the Xingluo continent. As he flew, the ancient demon Venerable's aura appeared again, but it was far away. Yi Qinfeng didn't slow down or hide. He continued to speed up in the East Sea. After flying for half a day, the ancient demon Venerable relied on his absolute strength and speed to close the distance between him and Yi Qinfeng and launched a fierce attack at him. Primordial Bloodline Ignite. Under the fierce attack of the ancient demon Venerable, Yi Qinfeng decisively ignited his primordial bloodline and summoned the 9-dragon jade annulus. As he fled, he controlled the 9-dragon jade annulus to condense a killing dragon and bombarded the ancient demon Venerable, not giving him a chance to get close. How could it be? How could the Tao energy in his body be endless? Under the continuous attacks of the 9-dragon jade annulus, the ancient demon Venerable's heart was in turmoil. Even he couldn't continuously control a supreme grade, sacred treasure to attack. Under the indiscriminate bombardment of the 9-dragon jade annulus, the space of the East Sea continued to shatter and the ancient demon Venerable was forced to retreat. Yi Qinfeng seized this opportunity and continued to fly towards the Xingluo continent. After about 2 days, Yi Qinfeng, who was constantly using his methods and trump cards, finally saw the vast and boundless Xingluo continent through the violently tumbling sea. Mobile reading site. Book address. In order to facilitate your next reading, you can click on the Collect button below to record this reading record. You can see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1461. Teleportation Formation. After flying into the Xingluo continent, Yi Qinfeng quickly crushed a teleportation formation disc and disappeared right in front of the ancient demon Lord's eyes. Watermark advertisement. Test watermark advertisement. Test. This teleportation formation was left behind by him when he left the Xingluo continent. He didn't expect that it would really come in handy. Human brat, I'll definitely kill you if you go up to the sky or down to the ground. The ancient demon lord was so angry that his lungs almost exploded when he saw Yi Qinfeng slip away right under his nose. He let out an uncontrollable roar, and the terrifying sound waves shook the 9 heavens, causing the space within a radius of dozens of miles to vibrate. After teleporting several thousand miles away, Yi Qinfeng circulated the soul-devouring art and concealed his aura. After determining the direction, he flew towards the Xingluo Heaven City at an extremely fast speed. After about a day, Yi Qinfeng, who was flying at an extremely fast speed, crossed an extremely vast area and appeared in the Xingluo Heaven City, which was enveloped by powerful restrictions. Break! Yi Qinfeng tore through the layers of restrictions and pointed his finger at the void. A terrifying finger light directly tore through the impregnable restrictions of the Xingluo Heaven City, creating a gap. Who was it? Just as Yi Qinfeng tore through the restrictions and entered the Xingluo Heaven City, several furious roars rang out. Layers of restrictions turned into stars that filled the sky and attacked Yi Qinfeng. Yi Qinfeng lightly waved his arm. The terrifying power of Tao was like a stormy sea as it bombarded the restriction stars that were flying towards him, shattering them one by one. Qinggu Qiu, come out and meet me. After forcefully breaking through the attacks of the Xingluo Heaven City's restrictions, Yi Qinfeng's vigorous voice rang out in the sky above the Xingluo Heaven City. In the next moment, Qinggu Qiu, who had just broken through to the 6th grade combat beast emperor, appeared in the sky with a group of higher-ups of the Xingluo Heaven City. Young master, Yi looking at Yi Qinfeng and sensing the domineering aura emanating from his body. Qinggu Qiu's heart inexplicably trembled, and he hurriedly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Qinggu Qiu, activate the strongest restriction in Xingluo Heaven City, then order the residents of Xingluo Heaven City to leave this place. Yi Qinfeng gave an irresistible order. Yes, young Master Yi. Even though Qinggu Qiu was confused, he didn't ask any questions. He immediately followed Yi Qinfeng's instructions and moved the residents of Xingluo Heavenly City away, then activated the most powerful restriction in Xingluo Heavenly City. Just as Xingluo Heaven City's residents were evacuating from the city, endless streams of black light surged from the horizon like a rolling tide, approaching Xingluo Heaven City at an astonishing speed. Without my orders, no one is allowed to leave Xingluo Heaven City. If I am no match for you, quickly leave Xingluo Heaven City and run for your lives. Seeing the ancient demon sovereign chasing after them, Yi Qinfeng warned and flew out of Xingluo Heaven City. Standing in the air, he silently looked at the ancient demon sovereign, who was approaching with monstrous, demonic flames. Brat, why aren't you running anymore? Looking at Yi Qinfeng, who was standing in the air with his hands behind his back, waiting for him in Xingluo Heaven City's silence, the ancient demon sovereign's deep eyes flashed with a thick murderous intent as he asked coldly, I think this place is pretty good. Let's settle our grudges here. Yi Qinfeng replied domineeringly with a smirk. Ha ha ha, human brat, I know you have a lot of tricks up your sleeve, but in this world, fists do the talking. The ancient demon sovereign glanced at Xingluo Heaven City, which was floating in the air, and laughed loudly. His terrifying voice shook the clouds in the sky. What a terrifying aura! The burly butcher, who was clad in battle armor, looked at the ancient demon lord whose roar pierced through the clouds. His heart trembled. He turned to Qinggu Qiu and asked, Can you feel the strength of the person who is fighting the city lord? If I'm not wrong, that person's strength has surpassed the limits of this world. It's at a level that we can't even imagine. Qinggu Qiu said with a serious expression. Can the city lord defeat him? Butcher and the others' expressions changed slightly as they asked worriedly. Believe in young Master Yi, he is invincible. Although Qinggu Qiu's brain was controlled by the God-Eater brain, he had long been convinced by Yi Qinfeng. All right, the game is over. Die. As he spoke, the ancient demon sovereign punched out. The terrifying fist instantly shattered the sky, leaving a long trail of black light behind it as it bombarded Yi Qinfeng. Sword steps as the fist light that could shatter the dome of the heavens approached. Yi Qinfeng executed the sword steps, increasing his speed by 10 times. He continuously twisted and turned in the air, dodging the fist attack of the ancient demon sovereign. However, a huge black hole appeared in the void under the ancient demon sovereign's punch. Primordial bloodline ignition after dodging the ancient demon sovereign's attack. Yi Qinfeng decisively ignited his primordial bloodline. His strength instantly surpassed that of a 5-star Dao Saint and reached the level of a 6-star Dao Saint. Then he merged the heaven-suppressing orb and the Saint Blood orb, increasing his strength to the limit of a 6-star Dao Saint. It's no use. Your struggles are all in vain. Here, be 68 in this world. I am invincible. No one is my match. Although Yi Qinfeng's strength increased rapidly, the difference between a Dao Saint and a Dao Sovereign was too great. With Yi Qinfeng's current strength, he was still unable to threaten the ancient demon sovereign. Is that so? Then let me break your invincible golden body. As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng used the inheritance treasure of Xingluo Sky City to merge with the power of Xingluo Sky City. His strength increased further, surpassing that of a 6-star Dao Saint and reaching the level of a 1-star Dao Sovereign. The ancient demon sovereign frowned slightly. There was a subtle change in the way he looked at Yi Qinfeng. He looked at the dazzling Xingluo Sky City. I see. I was wondering why you fled all the way here. It turns out that there is such a mystery in this sky city. The ancient demon, Sovereign's, face darkened. Without wasting any time, he summoned his supreme-grade sacred artifact, the heavenly halberd. Like a huge mountain, he smashed it towards Yi Qinfeng. 2 billion points of power. The ancient demon Sovereign swung the heavenly halberd. Yi Qinfeng activated his 5 acupoints and raised his strength to the maximum. He held the superior-grade sacred artifact, Black Dawn's sacred sword, and went up to meet the attack. Boom! The 2 sacred artifacts collided. The terrifying power caused the heavens and earth to tremble. The entire void collapsed, as if a pillar had collapsed. Sure enough, with the power of Xingluo Sky City, I can withstand the ancient demon sovereign's attack without using my life spirit technique. Facing the ancient demon Lord Sky Piercer head-on, Yi Qinfeng did not fall into a disadvantageous position. This made him feel much more at ease. Using the sword steps, he continued to charge towards the ancient demon lord and engaged him in an intense battle. Dong! 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 The 2 of them clashed again and again. It was as if a divine bell had appeared between heaven and earth, shaking the 9 heavens. The 2 of them wantonly fought each other, using speed to fight speed and strength to fight strength. Neither of them showed weakness as they faced each other with equal harshness. The space where they fought shattered. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. This terrifying scene shocked Chen Guqiu and the others who were guarding Xingluo Sky City. They could not help but tremble. Mobile reading website. Book address. To make it easier for you to read this book next time, you can click on the Save button at the bottom to record this book. You will see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1462. Strong, too strong. I didn't expect the city lord's strength to reach such a level after not seeing him for so many years. Watermark advertisement, test watermark advertisement testes. I wonder what realm the city lord has reached now. He can shatter the void with a wave of his hand. While Chen Guqiu, Rin Tu, and the others were discussing, Yi Qinfeng summoned the 9 Dragon Jade Annulus and continuously injected Dao power into it. He activated the strongest power of the 9 Dragon Jade Annulus and condensed 9 deadly dragons. They shuttled through the collapsed space and bombarded the ancient demon lord. "Break for me!" The ancient demon lord roared, holding the Sky Piercer in his hand. With the terrifying power of the demon clan, he instantly smashed out 9 halberds, disrupted the space, and smashed towards the 9 deadly dragons. The terrifying attack forcibly shattered the attacks of the deadly dragons. After a round of attacks, Yi Qinfeng continued to inject endless Dao power into the 9 Dragon Jade Annulus, activating it to continuously attack the ancient demon lord. Although the ancient demon lord was strong, he couldn't withstand the continuous attacks of the 9 Dragon Jade Annulus. The fierce attacks launched by the Sky Piercer were completely suppressed. His body, shrouded in demonic light, was retreating step by step, shattering the void. Damn, how is this possible? With his strength, how can he continuously use a supreme-grade, sacred treasure to attack? What secret is he hiding? Enduring the indiscriminate bombardment of the deadly dragons, the ancient demon lord's injuries began to gradually worsen. He was furious. He couldn't figure out why Yi Qinfeng was so heaven-defying. It completely broke his understanding. Mount Blood Demon unable to withstand the attacks of the 9 Dragon Jade Annulus, the ancient demon lord summoned Mount Blood Demon. With the powerful power of Mount Blood Demon, he shattered the twisting void and roaring dragons. The Demon Emperor's furnace suppressed Mount Blood Demon. When the ancient demon lord used Mount Blood Demon to resolve the crisis, Yi Qinfeng summoned the Demon Emperor's furnace. He spat a mouthful of blood essence into the Demon Emperor's furnace, awakening the purple-eyed, profound rhinoceros soul and slamming it into Mount Blood Demon. Boom! The two supreme-grade sacred treasures collided with each other like meteorites. It was earth-shattering. Cosmos Sword Array. The two supreme-grade sacred treasures collided fiercely. 111 when the void turned into nothingness. 230 Qinkuan swords flew out of Yi Qinfeng's body. They turned into a Qinkuan sword that was dozens of feet long. It tore through the chaotic void and ruthlessly slashed towards the ancient demon sovereign with an invincible sword might. The moment the Cosmos sword formation attacked, the 9 deadly dragons flew out of the 9 dragon jade annulus again. They whizzed through the chaotic void and bombarded the ancient demon lord's body, forcing him to fall to the ground from the sky. Black dragon goo, Jiang a doomsday supernatural, tyrannical, kick by, burning his primordial bloodline and possessing endless Tao power, Yi Qinfeng could perform powerful saint skills without any hesitation. The moment the ancient demon lord fell, Yi Qinfeng performed 4 saint skills in succession, smashing a huge black hole in the ground where the ancient demon lord fell, causing the ground within hundreds of miles to tremble. Cosmos Sword Array. After successfully injuring the ancient demon lord, Yi Qinfeng controlled the Cosmos Sword Array to continue attacking. Like a rain of swords falling from the sky, they continuously attacked the bottomless black hole, not giving the ancient demon lord a chance to breathe. They continued to attack him. Ao, 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 a series of ferocious roars rang out in the violently trembling black hole. The wounded ancient demon lord burned his bloodline power to the greatest extent. A pitch-black, true demon shadow with bat wings on its back emerged from his body. It roared into the sky, forcefully swatting away the falling Cosmos swords and neutralizing Yi Qinfeng's attack. Tyrannical Kikwen, the ancient demon shadow, attacked fiercely, and the black hole appeared. Yi Qinfeng quickly stepped out. The terrifying footprint seemed to be able to trample through hell. With more than 1 billion pounds of power, it ruthlessly stomped on the ancient demon shadow's body, causing cracks to appear on his terrifying body. Following that, 9 deadly berserk dragons flew down from the sky, evolving into a terrifying great Tao power. They ruthlessly bombarded the ancient demon shadow's body, directly shattering the cracked ancient demon shadow. Puff, puff after the ancient demon shadow was shattered, the ancient demon lord immediately suffered a backlash from his demonic power. A large amount of blood spurted out from his mouth. 9 dragon jade annulus continued to kill. Yi Qinfeng's deep eyes locked onto the ancient demon lord in the pit. He injected endless Tao power into the 9 dragon jade annulus, condensing the deadly berserk dragons, and continued to attack the ancient demon lord. He was determined to kill him. The power of space, isolate the space. As his injuries worsened, the ancient demon lord immediately used a powerful space law to isolate the surrounding space and neutralize the 9 dragon jade annulus attack. However, the 9 dragon jade annulus attack was too terrifying. In just a few breaths, the isolated space shattered and continued to attack his body. This made the ancient demon lord want to retreat. Senior Luo, Senior Tsang, Fire Qilin, Lei Yi, quickly come out and help me. While the ancient demon lord was doing his best, waving the sky piercer to resist the attack of the deadly berserk dragons, Yi Qinfeng summoned 4 helpers and attacked the ancient demon lord together, not giving him a chance to break out and escape. Demons dissent, although the ancient demon lord did not expect that his life would be in danger in the fighting spirit continent. He did not panic. He roared, and a large number of demonic shadows appeared in his bloody body, sealing the void and neutralizing the attacks of Yi Qinfeng and the others. When the ancient demon lord used demons' descent to forcibly blast away the continuous attacks of Yi Qinfeng and the others, he suddenly escaped into a special space trajectory and fled out of Xingluo Sky City at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Don't chase. Let's suppress this supreme-grade sacred treasure with all our strength. Yi Qinfeng guessed that the ancient demon lord still had many powerful trump cards. with the power that he controlled, it would be difficult to kill him. Therefore, he did not pursue with all his strength. Instead, he joined forces with Luo Shen and the others to suppress Mount Blood Demon, which was fiercely attacking the Demon Emperor's furnace. As long as Mount Blood Demon was suppressed, it was equivalent to cutting off an arm of the ancient Demon Lord. The next time they faced him, the ancient Demon Lord would be much less of a threat. Rumble. Sensing the summoning of the ancient Demon Lord, Mount Blood Demon immediately became restless and turned into a bloody light to escape. However, Yi Qinfeng and the others bombarded Mount Blood Demon. Mount Blood Demon was constantly shaken and could not break out of the encirclement. Chaos Divine would suppress. At this moment, Yi Qinfeng summoned his life treasure, Chaos Divine Wood. 5b. For he controlled the Chaos Divine Wood to suppress Mount Blood Demon, forcibly weakening the resistance of Mount Blood Demon. Power of the Realm, extinguish souls. When Mount Blood Demon was suppressed bit by Yi Qinfeng and the others using various treasures, Luo Xin used a secret technique to borrow the powerful power of the realm to bombard Mount Blood Demon, destroying the remnant soul and blood contract of the ancient Demon Lord in Mount Blood Demon bit by bit. Under the continuous attacks of Yi Qinfeng and the others, the blood contract in Mount Blood Demon collapsed. The remnant soul of the ancient Demon Lord was also crushed by the power of the realm and completely dissipated. Withdraw. Mount Blood Demon became an ownerless object. Yi Qinfeng immediately controlled the 3 spirit-level Dao diagrams to seal it and put it into the Qinkuan realm. At this time, Yi Qinfeng had 4 supreme-grade sacred treasures. If he could refine all of them under the control of endless Dao power, he would definitely be able to erupt with earth-shattering power and threaten the ancient Demon Lord. Mobile reading site. Book address. For the convenience of your next reading, you can click on the Collect button below to record this reading record. The next time you open the bookshelf, you will see it. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1463. Qinggu Qiu. Now that the danger is over, we can deactivate Xingluo Heavenly City's restrictions. Yi Qinfeng ordered loudly as he glanced at the shattered Heavenly City's restrictions that were withstanding the immense pressure. Watermark advertisement. Test watermark advertisement. Test young master. When the Heavenly City's restrictions disappeared, Qinggu Qiu, Ren Tu, and the rest of the Heavenly City's upper echelons stepped forward and saluted respectfully. It could be said that the strength Yi Qinfeng displayed in the battle with the ancient Demon Lord had completely subdued them. Qinggu Qiu, I'll hand over Xingluo Heavenly City to you. From today onwards, you'll be the new city lord of Xingluo Heavenly City. I hope you won't disappoint me. B68, Yi Qinfeng was quite satisfied with Qinggu Qiu. Before he left, he handed over Xingluo Heavenly City to Qinggu Qiu. Yes, young Master Yi, I promise to make Xingluo Heavenly City even more prosperous. Qinggu Qiu promised firmly. Come, Qinggu Qiu, follow me, I have something for you. Yi Qinfeng, Ren Tu, and the others exchanged a few words before calling Qinggu Qiu to the side. He gave him a precious Heavenly Saint breaking pellet, 2 precious saint pills, and a low-grade saint artifact, and told him to take good care of Bai Ziqing and the others. After that, Yi Qinfeng bid farewell to everyone and left Xingluo Heavenly City. He boarded the spirit boat and flew towards the central world. Qingfeng, what's your next step? Although Luo Xin was the protector of the human race, the fate of the human race was tied to Yi Qinfeng. Furthermore, he saw hope in Yi Qinfeng for the rise of the human race. I'm going to the 9 Heavens Divine Country to meet up with the seniors before heading to the 9 Heavens Royal City, Yi Qinfeng said. He wanted to take advantage of the ancient Demon Lord's injury to borrow Di Jiutian's power to control the 9 Heavens Divine Country and start a war against the 8-head Divine Country and the Kirin Kingdom. He wanted to cause chaos in the Central World and find a chance to enter the Central Worlds most dangerous land, the heavens beyond. Luotian, who went to Jiotian Imperial City, frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "At this critical juncture, do you still want to challenge Jiotian Divine Nation?" "Senior Luotian, I left a hidden pawn in the 9 Heavens God Nation. I want to use this hidden pawn to do something." Yi Qinfeng did not tell Luotian all of his plans. "Then what do you need me to do?" Luotian asked. "Senior Luotian, what are your chances of breaking through the shackles of your realm and becoming a Tao master in a short time?" Luotian was of great significance to the human race. If he could break through to the Tao master realm, he would be able to intimidate the 3 divine kingdoms and raise the status of the human race in the central world. "Sai, how difficult is it to break through to the Tao master realm? I have been stuck at the 6-star Tao Saint realm for more than 100,000 years and has never been able to take that final step." Luotian sighed softly. "What if I give Senior a breakthrough sage pill?" Yi Qinfeng took out a precious supreme breaking sacred pill and gave it to Luotian. Posen holy pill. Looking at the supreme breaking sacred pill in Yi Qinfeng's hand, Luotian was stunned. His emotionless face was filled with joy. "Qingfeng, you actually have such a legendary pill?" Luotian could not hide the excitement in his heart. With the help of the supreme breaking sacred pill, he had an 80% chance of breaking through the bottleneck of his realm and becoming a Tao master. "I got this supreme breaking sacred pill by chance." Yi Qinfeng smiled and said, "Now I am giving it to Senior." "Qingfeng, I will never forget your kindness." Luotian took the supreme breaking sacred pill and said gratefully, "If I can break through to the Tao master realm and borrow the power of the world, I am confident that I can destroy the foundation of the 3 alien races. I believe Senior can definitely break through to the Tao master realm. 5B4. At that time, the human race will have Senior's protection and can truly rise." "Why, Qingfeng, do you want to ascend to the heaven realm?" Luotian's face changed slightly when he heard Yi Qinfeng's words. "Yes, after the central world is settled and the foundation of the alien race is destroyed, I will ascend to the heaven realm." Yi Qinfeng nodded. "Qingfeng, although you are very powerful, the gate of the heaven realm is blocked by the alien race. With your strength, there is a high chance of an accident happening. You must think twice about this." Luotian said seriously, "Also, ascending to the heaven realm is not as good as you think. You have to start from the beginning. There are countless geniuses in the heaven realm. If you can really destroy the alien race's foundation and stay in the Duhan continent, you will be the absolute ruler of this world and enjoy the respect of millions of people. Why do you have to risk your life in the heaven realm?" "I understand." Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, "But my ambition is to reach the peak of martial arts. So no matter how great the danger in the heaven realm is, I will not stop my pursuit of the peak of martial arts. I will not waver in my pursuit of the peak of martial arts." "Qingfeng, I finally know why you have achieved so much at such a young age." Luotian's turbid eyes shot out beams of light. "You have this kind of belief. Maybe one day you can really step onto the peak of martial arts." The spirit boat flew rapidly above the blue East Sea. On the way back, Yi Qinfeng dripped his essence blood on the hand of the true demon and blood demon mountain. By 111 the blood in Yi Qinfeng's body had fused with the primordial blood, which was of a very high grade. He recognized the 2 great holy treasures without much effort and put them into his body. He controlled his natal flame to refine them. Feeling the connection between the 2 supreme holy treasures was getting closer and closer, Yi Qinfeng found the Plucker of Heaven. "Plucker of Heaven, are you okay?" Looking at the pale and wounded Plucker of Heaven, Yi Qinfeng showed a trace of pity and asked softly, "Yi Qinfeng, thank you for saving me. From today onwards, my life is yours. Even if I have to climb a mountain of blades or plunge into a sea of flames, I will not hesitate." The scene of Yi Qinfeng disregarding his own safety to save her, was deeply imprinted in the depths of Plucker of Heaven's soul. She could not forget it for a long time. All right, then, cultivate well. One day, I will bring you to the heaven realm. Yi Qinfeng valued Plucker of Heaven's ability very much. If her strength increased, she would definitely be able to help him a lot with her elusive methods. All right, it's a deal. Although Plucker of Heaven knew that the heaven realm was extremely dangerous, she still agreed without hesitation. Come, these pills are for you. When you cultivate to the limit of level 6 combat Beast Emperor, I will help you break through to 1-star Dao Saint. Yi Qinfeng was not stingy. He gave a holy pill and several quasi-holy pills to Plucker of Heaven. The flywheel flew rapidly above the 9 heavens. After about 4 days, the spiritual boat passed through the 9 chasms and returned to the central world. It flew towards Cangnan City, which was located at the edge of Jiuqin Kingdom. Cangnan City was the place where Yi, Qinfeng, Tianji, and the others agreed to meet. Buzz, buzz, buzz on the way to Cangnan City. A terrifying aura suddenly leaked out of Luo Xin's body. This aura was so strong that it almost surpassed the limit of level 6 Dao Saint. Qingfeng, I feel the opportunity to break through. I need to find a place to cultivate and break through to 1-star Dao Master Realm. I will not go to Jiuqin Kingdom with you. Jiuqin Kingdom's foundation is more terrifying than Octave Kingdom. You must be very careful and remember not to be careless. When I break through to 1-star Dao Master Realm, I will immediately come to help. Luo Xin's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Qinfeng's ears. After that, Luo Xin disappeared from the spiritual boat. Sorry, something happened at home recently. I haven't sent the photo of Yi Wuji. Yun Lei will send it on time tomorrow night. If you want to see it, please add us on WeChat. YLTY83 mobile reading site. Book address. In order to make it easier for you to read it next time, you can click on the Save button at the bottom to record this reading record. You will be able to see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1464. Cangnan City was located at the border of the 9 heavens divine nation, adjacent to the Kirin Kingdom. It was an important city for the 9 heavens divine nation. When Yi Qinfeng came to Cangnan City alone, his powerful soul immediately locked onto Tianji, the Tao addict, and the others who were in an ancient courtyard in Cangnan City. His body flashed slightly and disappeared from the bustling Cangnan City. He came to Cangnan City and walked along an ancient stone road to the ancient courtyard. Qi, the restriction covering the ancient courtyard, trembled slightly. Yi Qinfeng passed through the restriction and entered the ancient courtyard. 5th Brother Black Tortoise, who was drinking wine under an ancient locust tree, saw Yi Qinfeng suddenly appear. He immediately threw away his wine bowl, stood up and shouted excitedly. Black tortoises shout alarmed everyone in the ancient courtyard. Jiao Yuyan, who was wearing a jade green dress and had a natural temperament, flew out of the ancient house. She brought along an enchanting fragrance and directly threw herself into Yi Qinfeng's embrace. Qingfeng, it's great that you're fine. She tightly hugged Yi Qinfeng's body. 2 streams of hot tears uncontrollably flowed out from the corners of Jiao Yuyan's eyes, wetting her beautiful face. Don't worry, Yan. In this world, no one can harm my life. Yi Qinfeng gently stroked Jiao Yuyan's soft hair and comforted her softly. Qingfeng, how did you escape the ancient demon Lord's pursuit? The Tao addict, who was wearing a sackcloth robe and slovenly, came to Yi Qinfeng's side and asked in a low voice. I lured the ancient demon lord to a place and joined forces with Senior Luotian to heavily injure him. Yi Qinfeng gave a simple explanation of how he heavily injured the ancient demon lord. Little friend Qingfeng, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for several years, you actually have the strength to heavily injure the ancient demon lord. Your ability really opened Ai's eyes. The Thunder Clan's primogenitor, Lei Huang, walked over and looked at Yi Qinfeng, who constantly brought him surprises. "Thank you, Senior Lei Huang, Senior Feng Ruo, and Senior Feng Shi for coming to help. I'll give these 3 pills to the 3 of you." Speaking 5B4, Yi Qinfeng took out 3 Heavenly Saint breaking pills and gave them to Lei Huang trio. "Qinfeng, this pill is..." Xian Fengruo and Xian Fengxi were Sky Hall's grand elders and were extremely sensitive to medicinal pills. When they received the Heavenly Saint breaking pellet, they immediately felt that this medicinal pill was extraordinary and asked in surprise, "This is the Heavenly Saint breaking pill that I refined. It can allow all of you to break through the limits of the Duhan continent and reach the 4-star Dao Saint realm," Yi Qinfeng explained. "Qinfeng, did you really refine the Heavenly Saint breaking pellet?" Xian Fengruo said with slight excitement. If he could break through to the next realm, it would mean that he could live another life. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, Some time ago, I went to the ancient herb garden I discovered in the 9 Heavens Divine Kingdom and gathered all the main ingredients for the Heavenly Saint breaking pill." "Qinfeng, aren't you going to give us some of this good stuff?" The Tao addict rubbed her messy hair and looked at the elixir of Heavenly Saint with bright eyes. "Of course." As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng took out 3 more Heavenly Saint breaking pellets and gave them to the Tao addict, Tianji, and the Black Lightning King. "Fifth brother, what are you going to do next?" Tianji asked after accepting the Heavenly Saint breaking pellet. "I want to start a war between the 3 kingdoms and cause even more chaos in this world." Yi Qinfeng explained the plan to Tianji, the Tao addict, and the rest. It's not easy to start a war between the 3 kingdoms, especially in these troubled times. 111, the 2 divine kingdoms, will probably be very cautious, said Lei Huang, who had the highest seniority. "I understand, but I have left an important chess piece in the 9 Heavens Divine Kingdom. With this chess piece, the 9 Heavens Divine Kingdom should start a war with the 8-head Divine Kingdom and the Kirin Kingdom," Yi Qinfeng said vaguely, intentionally hiding the existence of Di Jiutian. "Then what do you need us to do?" Seeing that Yi Qinfeng didn't want to say more, the Tao addict and the rest didn't ask. "I hope that during the war between the 3 kingdoms, seniors can use the power under your control to help the 9 Heavens Divine Kingdom destroy the 8-head Divine Kingdom and the Kirin Kingdom," Yi Qinfeng said. "As for the 9 Heavens Divine Kingdom, we will slowly deal with it in the future. This is not a problem." Lei Huang, Xian Fengruo, Xian Fengxi, and the rest who were indebted to Yi Qinfeng nodded. "All right, seniors, this matter shouldn't be delayed. Let's split up. I will go to the 9 Heavens Imperial City now. When the time is right, I will use the communication array to contact you seniors." Yi Qinfeng didn't want to waste too much time. He wanted to start a war as soon as possible and take the opportunity to enter the sky beyond sky. "Qinfeng, I want to go to the 9 Heavens Imperial City with you." Jiao Yiyan bit her seductive red lips and said, "This Qinfeng, let Yiyan go with you. I want to be with you. She is the safest." The Tao addict said, "Okay, then Yiyan will go to the 9 Heavens Imperial City with me." Yi Qinfeng exchanged a look with Jiao Yiyan and nodded. One day later, Yi Qinfeng and the rest left Songnan City. "Yiyan, how have you been these years?" Looking at Jiao Yiyan, who was standing at the bow of the spirit boat with her long hair fluttering in the wind, Yi Qinfeng asked softly, "Master is very good to me. He tried everything to improve my strength." Looking at Yi Qinfeng's familiar face, Jiao Yiyan's eyes revealed deep tenderness and said, "But I want to be with you more." While speaking, Jiao Yiyan nestled her head on Yi Qinfeng's chest and silently closed her eyes, feeling the warmth of Yi Qinfeng's body. AI, feeling Jiao Yiyan's affection for him, Yi Qinfeng sighed softly in his heart. He didn't know how to accept her. "Qinfeng, don't have too much burden in your heart. I won't delay your steps to the peak of martial arts. I just want to love you silently and look at you. That's all." Looking at Yi Qinfeng's flickering eyes, Jiao Yian seemed to have seen through his thoughts. She gently hugged his waist and said softly, Yuyan, cultivate well in the Duhan continent. If one day I can break the restriction placed by the heaven race at the heaven realm gate, I will definitely come down to pick you up, Yi Qinfeng promised softly. Yes. Jiao Yian nodded and revealed a blissful smile. After leaning against each other for a while, the two couldn't help but merge their souls together. Amidst the wonderful feeling, they cultivated the immortal soul technique. About 3 days later, the spirit boat arrived outside the 9 Heavens Imperial City's sphere of influence. Let's go, let's enter the city. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Yi Qinfeng controlled the illusion Dao intent and changed his appearance. With Jiao Yian, who was as charming as a fairy, he walked towards the Central World's most prosperous and most famous city, the 9 Heavens Imperial City. So big, the 9 Heavens Imperial City surface area is probably comparable to a mortal kingdom. Standing under the city gate that was dozens of feet tall and exuded a sense of vicissitudes of time, Yi Qinfeng controlled the God-Eater brain to quickly deduce and sense the 9 Heavens Imperial City. He discovered that the 9 Heavens Imperial City was much bigger than he had imagined. It was like a country. Let's go. Let's find a place to rest first and talk later. Yi Qinfeng held Jiao Yian's soft hand and led her into the 9 Heavens Imperial City. They came to a beautiful inn under the green mountains in the city and walked in hand. Mobile reading website. Book address. In order to make it easier for you to read next time, you can click on the Save button at the bottom to record this reading. You will be able to see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1465. How lively! When Yi Qinfeng walked into the inn, he discovered that it was extraordinarily lively. Melodious singing came from afar. Dozens of men and women with extraordinary identities, dressed in gorgeous clothes, were gathered on the lush green grass of the inn. Watermark advertisement test him. What a beautiful girl. Yi Qinfeng held Jiao Yian's soft hand and walked along the long corridor. When they passed by the banquet, a man wearing a flood dragon robe and snakescale boots with sunken eyes couldn't help but light up. He was attracted by Jiao Yian's devastatingly beautiful appearance. The two of you, go and investigate that girl's background. The flood dragon robed man waved his hand. 5B4, he called over 2 of his subordinates and gave an irresistible order. It was the crown prince. The 2 black-clothed men respectfully obeyed and followed Yi Qinfeng and Jiao Yian to the inn. After a while, the 2 black-clothed men returned and whispered a few words in the flood dragon robed man's ear. Haha, my luck is pretty good today. I actually met a peerless beauty from the outside world. This is going to be fun. After finding out that Yi Qinfeng and Jiao Yian were from the outside world and didn't seem to be very strong, the flood dragon robed man was overjoyed. He left the banquet with his 2 subordinates and went to the room Yi Qinfeng and Jiao Yian were staying in with evil intentions. Dong, 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 a series of knocks on the door entered Yi Qinfeng and Jiao Yian's ears. There really was someone who wasn't afraid of death. Yi Qinfeng's soul was very strong. He had already seen through the flood dragon robed man's intentions. The corners of his lips curled up, revealing a trace of coldness. Is there a problem? Yi Qinfeng gently opened the door and looked at the flood dragon robed man and his 2 subordinates, who were fanning themselves with a jade fan. I am the crown prince of the 2 heavenly king. I would like to make friends with you. The flood dragon robed man raised his head slightly and said in an arrogant tone. Yi Qinfeng, who wasn't interested, replied coldly, Please leave. If I don't leave, what will happen to you? The flood dragon robed man's expression instantly turned gloomy. It's not up to you. Be 68 with that. Yi Qinfeng's hands were as fast as lightning. He grabbed the neck of the man in the flood dragon robe and lifted him into the air like a chicken. Put down the crown, Prince, seeing that the man in the flood dragon robe was in danger. His two followers quickly attacked Yi Qinfeng from both sides. However, before they could touch Yi Qinfeng, a force that was beyond their imagination slammed into their bodies, sending them flying. They crashed through the wall behind them and fell out of the inn. My father is the Heavenly King Tuesday. If you dare to harm me, I can guarantee that you won't be able to leave the 9 heavens imperial city alive. The man in the flood dragon robe didn't expect Yi Qinfeng's strength to be so terrifying. He couldn't move as his neck was gripped by Yi Qinfeng. Fine, I'll give the Heavenly King 2 face today and spare your life. Yi Qinfeng revealed a cold smile and said, But I'm warning you, don't provoke me again. Otherwise, even the gods won't be able to save you. With that, Yi Qinfeng used a bit of strength and threw the man in the flood dragon robe flying. He crashed through the wall and fell out of the inn, causing a huge commotion. Chengfeng, you humiliated him like this. Will there be any problems? Jiaoyan said worriedly, afraid that the man in the flood dragon robe would ruin Yi Qinfeng's plan. Don't worry, even if I kill him, it will only add a bit of trouble at most. It won't affect my plan. Di Jiutian was the first divine emperor of the 9 heavens divine kingdom. He had a very high position in the 9 heavens divine kingdom. Let's go, we'll continue to cultivate the immortal soul technique. Tomorrow morning, we'll take a stroll in the imperial city and wait for an opportunity. With that, Yi Qinfeng held Jiao Yian's soft hand and went to the soft bed. He released his powerful soul and fused it with hers, in a state that made people infatuated and unable to extricate themselves. He cultivated the immortal soul technique. Prince, how are you? Are you okay? Looking at the man in the flood dragon robe who was thrown out of the inn with a swollen face, the men and women who came to participate in the banquet surrounded him and asked with concern, Damn it, I want their lives. The Heavenly King, too, had monstrous power in the 9 heavens divine kingdom. As his son, the man in the flood dragon robe was lawless in the 9 heavens divine kingdom. Very few people dared to provoke him, but now he was thrown out of the inn. This made him unable to control the anger in his heart. He even treated Yi Qinfeng's warning as a passing wind. He immediately took out his communication pearl and sent a message to the Imperial City Imperial Guards. Soon, more than 10 Imperial City Imperial Guards wearing golden armor and holding divine weapons appeared and rushed into the inn. Prince, who has the guts to hurt you? Looking at the man in the flood dragon robe whose face was bruised and swollen, a man in golden armor who looked like a captain quickly came to his side and asked respectfully, Capture the 2 people in the leftmost room on the 3rd floor. I will personally cripple that man and break his 4 limbs. Be 68. Let them know the consequences of provoking me, the flood dragon robe man fiercely ordered. Yes, Prince. The man in golden armor obeyed and immediately led more than 10 Imperial City Imperial Guards to capture Yi Qinfeng and Jiao Yian. Looks like you didn't remember the warning I just gave you. Suddenly, a thunderous voice resounded in the air. Yi Qinfeng held Jiao Yian's soft hand and walked down from the void. He said without a trace of emotion, It's them. Capture them. The furious flood dragon robe man ignored Yi Qinfeng's warning and loudly ordered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dazzling golden chains broke out of the Imperial City Imperial Guards' bodies and sealed the void. They wrapped around Yi Qinfeng's group, wanting to bind them. Humph. Yi Qinfeng coldly snorted. The golden chains that were about to touch him seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. They trembled and shattered into pieces, falling to the ground. Seeing Yi Qinfeng shatter the golden chains without batting an eyelid, the captain's expression changed slightly, revealing a trace of seriousness. He knew how hard the golden chains were. They were comparable to a high-grade Tao artifact. Ordinary Nirvana powerhouses couldn't break them, let alone shatter them without batting an eyelid. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and attack. Seeing Yi Qinfeng's shocking strength, The flood dragon robe man felt deeply uneasy. He loudly ordered the captain and the others, "Attack!" Although Yi Qinfeng was strong, the guard captain believed that Yi Qinfeng would not dare to start a massacre here, so he ordered loudly. Whoosh! Yi Qinfeng's body flashed. Like an invincible divine sword, he turned into the sky and flashed past the imperial guards. He appeared in front of the man in the dragon robe who had turned pale with fright. Puff! Puff! The moment he grabbed the neck of the man in the flood dragon robe, the bodies of the imperial city imperial guards that were leaping in the air exploded, turning into clouds of blood, mist, and dying. I said, "If you provoke me again, even the gods won't be able to save you." Yi Qinfeng lifted the wailing man in the flood dragon robe high up in the air. Under his terrified gaze, Yi Qinfeng twisted his neck and shattered his soul, killing him on the spot. Mobile reading site, book address. To make it easier for you to read it next time, you can click on the Save button below to record this reading record. You will see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1466. Dead, the Crown Prince was killed. Who is this person? How could he be so bold as to kill the Crown Prince of Tu Wang in front of everyone? Does he want to die? No, this person is not simple. Perhaps the Crown Prince really offended someone he couldn't afford to offend. The men and women who came to attend the banquet were scared out of their wits as they looked at the dead Crown Prince lying in a pool of blood. They gathered together and looked at the calm Yi Qinfeng in horror as they whispered among themselves. "Net, I'm warning you, don't disturb us again. Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre." Yi Qinfeng glanced at the captain of the guards, who was sweating profusely, and coldly warned him. "Qiao Jiao, and you, Yen, stepped through the air and returned to their room to rest." Captain, what should we do?" A golden-armored guard who was lucky enough to survive asked softly as he looked at the guard captain, who was trembling slightly. "We'll send the Crown Prince's corpse to the king's mansion and let the king decide." The guard captain took a deep breath and calmed his panicked heart. Then he quickly left with the man in the flood dragon robe whose head had exploded. The night was getting darker and darker. Thick clouds covered the sky, making it impossible to see the stars. At this time, King Tu's mansion was brightly lit. Many experts had gathered. King Tu, who was wearing a Qilin robe and had a gloomy expression, was sitting in a wooden armchair. He looked at the corpse of the Crown Prince and fell into deep thought. Beside him, a voluptuous woman in a gorgeous dress was lying on the ground, crying loudly. "Your Highness, I died too miserably. You must avenge me. I must avenge him. But before that, I must find out who that person is." King Tu thought about how Yi Qinfeng had killed his son in front of everyone and didn't leave the inn. King Tu had some misgivings about Yi Qinfeng's identity. He used various channels to investigate him. "Your Highness, won't their identities be revealed by the time we catch them?" the charming woman said while weeping. "You're just a woman." Two heavenly kings scolded loudly. If it was a normal person, would they still dare to kill him after knowing his identity? What's more, he didn't leave immediately after killing me, which shows that he didn't take me seriously. That child's death must be avenged. The beautiful woman cried even louder. "I will definitely take revenge. But before that, I want to know who he is." King Tu said with a murderous glint in his eyes. "He dared to kill my son. I guarantee that he won't have a good ending." The night passed quickly. Yi Qinfeng and Jiao Yiyan cultivated the indestructible soul, art, for an entire night. Their souls had been refined, and they were brimming with energy. They left the inn hand in hand and strolled around the 9 Heavens imperial city. Just as the two of them left the inn, Yi Qinfeng glanced at the northwest and southeast directions from the corner of his eyes. He discovered that there were spies secretly observing him. However, he didn't care about this. If King Tu recklessly provoked him, He wouldn't mind killing King Tu as well. This Nine Heavens Imperial City is so lively. Jiao Yan held Yi Qinfeng's hand tightly as she looked at the luxurious shops and pavilions on both sides of the street and said excitedly, "Yu Yan, if there's anything you like, just tell me, and I'll buy it for you." Yi Qinfeng said with a smile, "Okay." Jiao Yan said happily, "And Lu Meng." Yi Qinfeng and Jiao Yan chatted as they strolled around the city. When they were walking towards the center of the city, Yi Qinfeng unexpectedly saw a familiar figure. The corners of his mouth slightly rose, and Jiao Yan gently walked over. "When I went out today, my eyelids kept twitching. I was wondering what kind of good thing would happen today. I didn't expect that not long after I went out, I would meet the most beautiful goddess I've ever seen in my life." The coarse Lu Meng narrowed his eyes and looked at a charming woman wearing a snow-white robe. Her skin was as smooth as milk, and she had a charming appearance. "Beauty, can we get to know each other?" "No." The white-robed woman looked at Lu Meng with disgust and coldly said, "Why?" Lu Meng said with a sad face, "Because you're too ugly," the white-robed woman said rudely. "It doesn't matter. You may think that I'm ugly now, but maybe after a while you won't think that I'm ugly anymore." Lu Meng was not angry, nor did he give up. He continued to pester her. "Moreover, I have a gentle personality. I'm a very good man. I'm afraid that if I look at you for too long, I'll vomit." The white-robed woman said angrily, "Get out of my way. Don't block my way." "No, don't leave. If you leave, my heart will be broken." Lu Meng used his tall and sturdy body to block in front of the white-robed woman. "If you continue to pester me, I'll call for help," the white-robed woman warned angrily. Looking at the shameless Lu Meng, Yi Qinfeng helplessly shook his head and walked over. "All right, brother Lu Meng. A melon picked forcefully is not sweet. Miss, you're the only goddess in my heart. Can we get to know each other?" Looking at Jiao Yan, who was beside Yi Qinfeng, Lu Meng's eyes lit up with a fiery light. He immediately gave up on the white-robed woman, who was so angry that her face turned pale, and walked over. "Sigh." Yi Qinfeng helplessly sighed and said, "Brother Lu Meng, I'm Feng Qin. I have something to discuss with you. Let's find a quiet place to talk." Feng Qin. Hearing Yi Qinfeng's familiar voice, Lu Meng's heart trembled. His narrowed eyes became wider and wider. Looking at Yi Qinfeng's unfamiliar face, he revealed a doubtful expression. "I've changed my appearance." Yi Qinfeng smiled and told Lu Meng about the few times he had met Lu Meng. "You're really Brother Feng," Lu Meng said excitedly, "and this is—" "I'm Feng Chen's confidant," Jiao Yuyan answered generously. "Sigh, Brother Feng, you're really capable to have such a beauty as your companion." Lu Meng sighed and said, "Forget it, I won't argue with you. Come, let's go to Sky Gazing Pavilion for a drink." "Brother Feng, why did you suddenly come to Nine Heavens, Royal City?" Even though Lu Meng had heard of Feng Chen's name before, he didn't think too much about it. After all, Yi Qinfeng hadn't been in the Central World for a long time. He didn't believe that Yi Qinfeng could do such earth-shattering things again and again. "I came to Nine Heavens Royal City for some matters," Yi Qinfeng vaguely said. "Oh right, Brother Lu Meng. Did something big happen in Nine Heavens Divine Kingdom recently?" "Yes, something big really happened in my Nine Heavens Divine Kingdom recently." Lu Meng nodded and said, "Not long ago, a great character returned to my Nine Heavens Divine Kingdom. Can you guess who it is?" "Who is it?" Yi Qinfeng smiled faintly and took a sip of the fragrant wine. "It's our Nine Heavens Divine Kingdom's first God King." Lu Meng transmitted his voice and said, "It's unbelievable that he's still alive." "Apart from this, what else happened in Nine Heavens Divine Kingdom recently?" Yi Qinfeng calmly asked. "In order to celebrate the return of God King Z, our Nine Heavens Divine Kingdom is celebrating. Many great powers have come to congratulate us. In order to attract more people and create more influence, our Nine Heavens royal family is going to hold a big auction. Lu Meng said. Auction. Yi Qinfeng's eyes lit up. He was very interested in the auction held by the Nine Heavens imperial family. Brother Lu Meng, when will the auction be held? Yi Qinfeng asked. The auction will be held in 7 days. Lu Meng drank the wine in his cup and said, If Brother Feng is interested, I can bring you to participate. Okay, then many thanks. Yi Qinfeng filled Lu Meng's cup with wine and clinked his cup with Lu Meng's before downing it in one gulp. Remember the website. Sanwood Chinese Network. Chapter 14, 67. Yi Qinfeng and Lu Meng drank and chatted in the sky gazing restaurant for the entire afternoon. They only left when the sky gradually darkened. Brother Lu Meng, we will meet again in 7 days. Yi Qinfeng tactfully rejected Lu Meng's good intentions to arrange a place for them to stay. He then took Jiao Yian's soft hand and left. Qingfeng, where are we going now? Jiao Yian leaned her head on Yi Qinfeng's arm and asked softly, To King Tu's residence and have a talk with King Tu. In order to participate in the auction smoothly, Yi Qinfeng decided to intimidate King Tu in advance. He wanted to make him behave and not cause trouble for him. Stop! This is King Tu's residence. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Yi Qinfeng held Jiao Yian's soft hand and arrived at King Tu's residence. When they arrived at the heavily guarded King Tu's residence, the guards of the King Tu's residence locked their gazes on the two of them and warned them loudly. Buzz! Yi Qinfeng's pupils shrank. A terrifying soul power burst out like a surging tide and crashed into the two soul seas, knocking them unconscious. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng waved his arm lightly and tore apart the formations and restrictions that enveloped the residence. He brought Jiao Yuyan, who was enveloped in an illusory light and whose true appearance could not be seen, into the residence of Heavenly King Tuesday. They walked toward the residence of Heavenly King Tuesday. On the way to King Tu's courtyard, Yi Qinfeng encountered many guards of the King Tu's residence. However, these guards were all stunned by Yi Qinfeng's stun art and fainted before they could issue a warning. Soon, Yi Qinfeng and Jiao Yuyan arrived at the center of the mansion. There was a courtyard that was built like a garden. They broke through the restrictions of the courtyard and walked inside. They could hear the sounds of women's joyous voices rising and falling one after another. This king, too, is in a good mood. His son just died, and he still has the mood to flirt with each other. The corners of Yi Qinfeng's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a playful smile. As for Jiao Yuyan, who was leaning against him, her face was as red as an apple. She was so pretty and lovely that people couldn't help but want to take a bite out of her. Who is it? Since Yi Qinfeng and Jiao Yuyan did not intentionally conceal their auras, when the two of them appeared in the courtyard, Tu Tianwang, who was currently pressing down on a charming woman and exerting all his strength, immediately noticed them. He quickly put on his clothes and roared, Tu Heavenly King, I hope I didn't spoil your mood by visiting so late at night. Yi Qinfeng stood outside the house in silence. Looking at the main house that was lit up, he revealed a faint smile and said in a deep voice, How dare you trespass into my Heavenly King Tu's manor? Draped in a Qilin robe, Heavenly King Tu's eyes were spitting fire as he rushed out of the main house. He roared loudly, Where are the guards? Why aren't you quickly capturing these two criminals? Hearing Heavenly King Tu shout, the guards of the Wang mansion rushed over. They held powerful Dao weapons in their hands and attacked Yi Qinfeng. Buzz, buzz, buzz! When the guards approached Yi Qinfeng, an unimaginable dizziness blasted into their soul seas, tearing their souls apart. Their vision turned black, and they fainted on the spot. You, who are you? Seeing Yi Qinfeng knock out everyone without batting an eyelid, Heavenly King Tu's snow-white eyebrows twitched slightly. A huge wave surged in his heart. The way he looked at Yi Qinfeng changed greatly. He did not expect Yi Qinfeng to be so strong. A trace of unease appeared in his heart. I am the person who killed your son. Yi Qinfeng calmly looked at Heavenly King Tu and said indifferently, So it was you. Heavenly King Tu's pupils constricted. His eyes were filled with rage. You are quite bold. You killed my son and still dare to come to my Wang mansion to show off. It seems like you do not respect this king at all. Heavenly King Tu, I originally thought that you were a smart person. Today, I realize that I was wrong about you. I did not expect you to be so pedantic. Yi Qinfeng smiled and said fearlessly, If you want to avenge your son, then do it. I hope you do not regret this decision. What enmity do you have with my son? Why do you want to kill him? Heavenly King Tu looked at the calm and fearless Yi Qinfeng. Several thoughts flashed through his mind. He gradually calmed down and asked in a low voice, I have no enmity with your son. If it wasn't for him constantly provoking me and wanting to harm me, I wouldn't have taken his life. He only has himself to blame for this. I came today to resolve the enmity between us, but I see that you do not appreciate it. Yi Qinfeng did not want to expose his relationship with Di Jiutian too early and had no intention of destroying Heavenly King Tu's mansion. My son provoked you. Heavenly King Tu slightly frowned. Don't you know what kind of person your son is? Yi Qinfeng said rudely, but you should not have killed him. Heavenly King Tu gradually calmed down and said in a low voice, I'm not here to argue with you today. Yi Qinfeng said somewhat impatiently, I'm standing right here. If you want to take revenge, go ahead and do it. As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng waved his arm, and a terrifying Tao power gushed out of his palm, fiercely bombarding the space in front of him. The terrifying power directly collapsed a large area of space and set off a shocking wave. A peak Nirvana Heavenly Realm expert. Heavenly King Tu's expression greatly changed after seeing Yi Qinfeng's collapse of space. All thoughts of attacking completely disappeared. I came to the Nine Heavens Divine Kingdom, this time for the Old God King. If it wasn't for the Old God King's face, I wouldn't have come here to give you an explanation. Yi Qinfeng looked at Heavenly King Tu and coldly said. With that, Yi Qinfeng did not stay at the mansion for long. He left with Jiao Yiyan, who was shrouded in an illusory light. Your Highness, are you all right? After Yi Qinfeng and Jiao Yiyan left, a woman wearing a black chiffon nightgown walked out of the main room. Her hair was slightly messy and her figure was graceful. She looked at Heavenly King Tu, who was in deep thought, and asked in a delicate voice, I'm fine. You should rest first. Heavenly King Tu took a deep breath and looked at Yi Qinfeng's back as he left. His brows furrowed even tighter. Qinfeng, do you think Heavenly King Tu won't be able to swallow this and will take revenge on us at all costs? Jiao Yiyan gently hugged Yi Qinfeng's arm and said worriedly, If he is smart, he won't take revenge on us before figuring out my identity. Yi Qinfeng smiled and said, Moreover, I feel that he doesn't care about the son I killed. But young Master Lu Mang knows your identity. Jiao Yiyan said, I left a soul imprint on Lu Mang's body. If Heavenly King Tu doesn't know what's good for him and continues to investigate me, then there's no need to keep him alive. Yi Qinfeng said with cold killing intent. With Di Jiutian backing him up, even if the sky fell, there would be someone to support him. Yi Qinfeng had no worries in Nine Heavens Imperial City. However, Yi Qinfeng did not want to reveal his relationship with Di Jiutian too early. He came to Nine Heavens Imperial City for a bigger reason. P.S. Yi Wuji's picture has been posted. Add all your friends on WeChat. Asia's #1 beauty, big breasts, perky, but hot body, perfect proportions. Follow WeChat. Mainly in one, long press 3 seconds to copy, and watch online. Chapter 1468. The night was getting darker. Young Master Yi you've come to the nine heavens divine nation. Di Jiutian, who was wearing a white robe, opened his eyes and looked at the communication formation disk shining with white light in a cave in the depths of Jiutian Imperial Palace. Yes, I've just come to the nine heavens divine nation. Yi Qinfeng's voice sounded in the communication bead. Young Master Yi, what do you need me to do? Although Di Jiutian guessed that Yi Qinfeng didn't come with good intentions, his life was in Yi Qinfeng's hands, so he had no choice but to listen to Yi Qinfeng's orders. Di Jiutian, I want to borrow your hand to order the nine heavens divine nation to start a war with the eight-head divine nation and the Kirin kingdom. Yi Qinfeng said, Young Master Yi, starting a war is no small matter. I've just returned, so if I start a war without permission, it might alarm the two heavenly venerables of the nine heavens divine nation and cause unnecessary trouble. Even if we start a war, we won't be able to destroy the foundation of the eight-head divine nation. Di Jiutian said worriedly, Why was this so? Did the eight-head divine nation have other trump cards besides the ancient demon venerables? The three divine nations had stood tall in the fighting spirit continent for countless years. Other than having demon venerables and heavenly venerables, they also had the projection of the three races. Di Jiutian revealed an important piece of information to Yi Qinfeng. The projection of the three races? Yi Qinfeng was surprised. He didn't expect the three divine nations to have such a deep foundation. Di Jiutian, what kind of experts would the projection of the three races summon? Yi Qinfeng pondered for a moment and asked, For example, if the nine heavens divine nation is on the verge of destruction, it will attract the projection of a heavenly emperor. However, the projection is our greatest trump card and can only be used once. Unless it's absolutely necessary, we won't use it. Di Jiutian told Di Jiutian everything. The projection of the heavenly emperor, Yi Qinfeng, took a deep breath and said, Then who controls the projection of the nine heavens divine nation? The projection of the nine heavens divine nation should be controlled by heavenly venerate Di Jiutian. Di Jiutian said, All right, I got it. Wait for my news. With that, Yi Qinfeng ended his call with Di Jiutian. Di Jiutian, it seems like you have a lot of concerns. Looking at the communication pearl in his hand, Yi Qinfeng's expression gradually darkened. After communicating with Di Jiutian, Yi Qinfeng could sense his worries. After pondering for a moment, he decided to carry out the plan. He would force Di Jiutian to have no way out and tear off all pretense of cordiality with the nine heavens imperial family, going all out against nine heavens divine nation. Days passed. Yi Qinfeng and Jiao Yian strolled around the nine heavens imperial city during the day and hid in an inn to cultivate the undying soul art at night. While their souls were intertwined, the two of them completely opened up their hearts. Their bodies and minds blended together as they accepted each other. They could not help but secretly taste the forbidden fruit. Jiao Yian's beauty, her smooth and perfect body, and her fiery passion completely ignited Yi Qinfeng. The two of them sublimated their bodies, minds, and souls in their endless joy, composing beautiful movements again and again. Very quickly, 7 days passed. Let's go to the auction house. Yi Qinfeng looked at the fairy-like Jiao Yian. Her complexion was delicate and her body was perfect. She had changed into a pure white dress and looked like a fairy. He left the room with her and headed to the auction house early. When they arrived at the auction hall in the west of the city, which was built like a giant water droplet and shone brightly, they saw Lu Meng waiting for them with two plump and flirtatious women in his arms. Sorry, I'm a bit late. Looking at Lu Meng hugging two beauties in each arm, Yi Qinfeng revealed a faint smile. You're not late. I've also just arrived. Let's go in. Lu Meng took out two dark golden invitation cards and gave them to Yi Qinfeng and Jiao Yian. He brought them into the bustling auction house. N. Dilinga, Jian Tianzi. Walking into the auction house, two familiar figures entered Yi Qinfeng's eyes. These two people were the nine heavens' divine kingdom's crown prince, Dilinga, and the sword sect's peerless genius, Jian Tianzi, who possessed the Xiantian sword body. However, Yi Qinfeng had controlled the illusory spirit-level Dao diagram to change his appearance, and Zhao Yian's appearance had also been altered by Yi Qinfeng. Dilinga and Jian Tianzi did not recognize them. "Brother Feng, that man in front of us is my nine heavens' divine kingdom's crown prince. The woman beside him is his fiancée, the sword sect's peerless genius, Jian Tianzi." Looking at Dilinga and Jian Tianzi walking in front of him, Lu Mang narrowed his eyes and spoke with a sound transmission. "Fiancé?" Yi Qinfeng's lips curled up in a cold smile. He didn't think Dilinga would really pursue Jian Tianzi. Just as Yi Qinfeng's group slowed down and arrived at the luxurious auction hall, Yi Qinfeng's pupils shrank. He locked onto a man in a golden flood dragon robe with a crown on his head. This man had an extraordinary bearing, as if he was Nirvana, and he was standing in the center of the auction hall. Beside him were many experts from various large powers, all of them lowering their posture and chatting with him. "Brother Lu Mang, that person is your nine heavens' divine kingdom's Di Feiyang, right?" Yi Qinfeng said softly as he gently raised his finger and pointed at the arrogant and domineering man standing there. "Brother Feng, don't point randomly. If the Son of Heaven discovers that you're pointing at him in front of everyone, you'll lose your life." Lu Mang didn't think that Yi Qinfeng would be so bold as to point at Di Feiyang in front of everyone. His expression changed, and he quickly warned, "Don't worry, Brother Lu Mang. In this world, no one can threaten my life," Yi Qinfeng said arrogantly with a faint smile. After saying this, Yi Qinfeng, who intended to make a big fuss about this auction, pulled Zhao Yian away, not wanting to implicate Lu Mang. Looking at Yi Qinfeng's back, Lu Mang fell into deep thought. He smelled something unusual and hesitated for a moment. In the end, he didn't follow them. Yi Qinfeng and Zhao Yian sat in a relatively remote corner and waited in silence for the auction to begin. "Yuyan, if there's anything you like, just tell me. I'll help you bid for it," Yi Qinfeng said in a rich and imposing manner. "All right, then I won't be polite." After doing the most intimate thing, the two of them were pulled closer. Zhao Yian tightly hugged Yi Qinfeng's arm and said with a sweet expression. As time passed, more and more people came to participate in the auction. There was no lack of Nirvana heavenly realm experts among them. It was obvious that the Nine Heavens Imperial Families auction this time had attracted the attention of Nirvana heavenly realm experts. While waiting for the auction to begin, the dazzling hall was filled with shimmering moonlight stones and crystal lights. What they talked about the most was the matter of Yi Qinfeng and the others massacring the Yamada Imperial Palace. Hearing everyone talking about him, Yi Qinfeng, who was resting with his eyes closed, revealed a faint smile. Roughly 2 hours later, dazzling beams of light illuminated the slowly rising auction platform. An Earth Nirvana realm old man wearing a white Taoist robe, with snow-white hair and a beard, appeared before everyone's eyes. The Nine Heavens Imperial Family Auction had begun. Mobile reading website. Book address. To make it easier for you to read this book next time, you can click Save at the bottom to record this book. Next time you open your bookshelf, you will see it. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1469. Welcome to my Empyrean Imperial Families auction. In order to celebrate the return of my Empyrean Imperial Family's first God King, I have specially prepared 108 precious treasures for everyone. I guarantee that everyone will be satisfied. An old man in a white Taoist robe glanced around the hall, where more than 300 influential figures of the Central World were sitting. Test of watermark advertisement. Watermark advertisement test, all right. I won't take up any more of your precious time. I hereby announce that the auction has officially begun. As he spoke, The auction hall in front of the old man in a Taoist robe shone with white light, and a 9 feet 9 inches long spear appeared in front of everyone's line of sight. A giant dragon was coiled around the spear's body, and a large crystal was inlaid on the spearhead. The first item to be auctioned this time is a quasi-saint coiling dragon spear that my Empyrean Divine Kingdoms number 1 Saint Master, the Nirvanic Saint Master, spent 49 days to refine. Furthermore, there are 9,999 offensive runes on the spear. Its offensive power is close to that of a low-grade saint artifact. The old man introduced the coiling dragon spear in detail, which piqued the interest of many people. The starting price of the coiling dragon spear is 100 low-grade heaven crystals. Everyone may begin bidding. Low-grade heaven crystals. No one thought that the auction's currency would be low-grade heaven crystals instead of supreme grade soul crystals. Yi Qinfeng slowly opened his eyes and revealed a faint smile. After reaching the second level of the universe realm, he had obtained 15 million low-grade heaven crystals and 30,000 mid-grade heaven crystals. With his current wealth, no one could compete with him. Even the Empyrean imperial family might not have that many low-grade heaven crystals. 150 low-grade heaven crystals, 200 low-grade heaven crystals, 300 low-grade heaven crystals in the end. The quasi-saint coiling dragon spear that the Nirvanic Saint Master had spent close to 50 days refining was won by a Nirvana powerhouse from the Kirin Kingdom for 660 low-grade heaven crystals. After the transaction, the Taoist-robed old man took out the second auction item. It was a sage-level sword. It was embedded with 7 treasures, and a strong sword intent was flowing on its surface. After breaking through to become a 5-star Tao Saint, Yi Qinfeng's horizons had increased significantly. A mere quasi-sacred artifact, long sword, was no longer able to attract him. He did not participate in the bidding for this long sword. In the end, this long sword was won by someone at the price of 600 low-grade heaven crystals. After the quasi-holy sword was won, the Taoist-robed old man sold several more quasi-holy artifacts. Among them was a quasi-holy artifact bronze shield that was covered in ancient patterns and embedded with a beast head. It was sold for 1,400 low-grade heavenly crystals, setting the highest price in this auction. The 10th auction item was a bottle of golden jade liquid. The greatest effect of the golden jade elixir was to cleanse the meridians, allowing one to be reborn. It was most effective for battle beast emperors. The starting price is 100 inferior grade heavenly crystals. Everyone, you may bid now, the old man in Taoist robes explained in detail as he held up a white jade bottle. Jin Yuya, hearing the old man's explanation, Yi Qinfeng's eyes lit up. Although this golden jade elixir was useless to him, it was very important to Jiao Yuyan. If Jiao Yuyan could use the golden jade elixir to cleanse her body and be reborn, Yi Qinfeng was confident that he could help her break through to level 6 battle beast emperor in a short time. Yi Qinfeng was not the only one who had a strong interest in the golden jade elixir. Many people were also interested in it. Soon, the price of the golden jade elixir surpassed the bronze shield and reached 1,500 low-grade heavenly crystals. 1,500 low-grade heavenly crystals. There were still people who continued to increase the price. The Taoist-robed old man was very satisfied with this auction price. He looked around and asked loudly, 2,000 low-grade heavenly crystals. Yi Qinfeng, who was sitting in a corner far away, opened his mouth to bid for the first time. The bald man with a burly figure and explosive muscles all over his body glared at Yi Qinfeng warningly. He gritted his teeth and continued to bid. 2,100 low-grade heavenly crystals. 2,500 low-grade heavenly crystals. Yi Qinfeng ignored the bald man's warning gaze and continued to bid in silence. 3,000 low-grade heavenly crystals. The golden jade elixir was extremely important to him. The bald man gritted his teeth and decided to make a final gamble. 3,500 low-grade heavenly crystals. Yi Qinfeng increased the price without hesitation, directly crushing the bald man's thoughts of bidding. In the end, the rich and overbearing Yi Qinfeng successfully won the precious golden jade elixir for Jiao Yuyan. After the golden jade elixir, the Taoist-robed old man took out a few rare items to auction. However, these items could not move Yi Qinfeng, so he did not bid. The 79th auction item was a low-grade Saint artifact battle saber that the Saint Sovereign of Nirvana and Half-Moon Saint Sovereign worked together for almost 2 months to refine. The Taoist-robed old man raised a battle saber that was engraved with profound Saint artifact runes and was over 10,000 pounds in weight and introduced it loudly. The starting price is 1,000 low-grade heavenly crystals. Everyone may start bidding. Although low-grade heavenly crystals were rare and precious, low-grade Saint artifacts were even more precious. If one could obtain a low-grade Saint artifact, it would greatly increase one's battle prowess. Under the fierce competition, the price of this low-grade Saint artifact battle saber rose steadily. In the end, it was won by a Nirvana Heavenly Realm expert for 6,000 low-grade heavenly crystals. After the low-grade Saint saber, the Taoist-robed old man took out several low-grade Saint artifacts to auction. However, there were no Saint swords among these Saint artifacts. Yi Qinfeng waited in silence. There was no competition. The 90th auction item is a low-grade Saint artifact battle armor, the rainbow jade robe that our Nine Heavens Imperial family's old divine sovereign found in an ancient ruin. If it wasn't for the fact that this rainbow jade robe was only suitable for females, our Nine Heavens Imperial family would not be willing to auction it. The starting price is 3,000 low-grade heavenly crystals. Everyone may start bidding. The Taoist-robed old man held a battle armor that was emitting a dazzling multicolored light that seemed to be woven from countless feathers. The moment the rainbow jade robe was taken out, Jian Tianzi's eyes lit up. Jiao Yuan also revealed a look of love. 30,000 low-grade heavenly crystals catching Jiao Yuan's gaze. Yi Qinfeng did not hesitate to bid, increasing the price of the rainbow jade robe by 10 times. This price caused a huge commotion. Damn, who is this fellow? Why does he have so many low-grade heavenly crystals on him? The Central Great Realm did not produce heavenly crystals. Hence, heavenly crystals were extremely rare in the Central Great Realm. Seeing Yi Qinfeng's overbearing bid, it attracted the attention of many people. 35,000 low-grade heavenly crystals. Linga took a deep breath and increased the price. This friend, this rainbow jade robe is something that my fiancé likes. Can you give it to us? If you are willing, I, Linga, will befriend you. When Linga increased the price, he sent a message to Yi Qinfeng, wanting to use his identity to pressure him. 40,000 low-grade heavenly crystals. Qinfeng did not care and continued to increase the price, angering Linga so much that his expression turned gloomy. 40,000 low-grade heavenly crystals. There was still someone who increased the price? The Taoist-robed old man looked at the calm Yi Qinfeng in surprise and shouted. Although the rainbow jade robe was precious, 40,000 low-grade heavenly crystals far exceeded the estimation in everyone's hearts. In the end, Linga had no choice but to give up. The rainbow jade robe was won by Yi Qinfeng without any suspense. Mobile reading website. Book address. In order to facilitate your next reading, you can click on the Save button at the bottom to record this reading record. The next time you open the bookshelf, you can see it. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1470. Who is that person? Why does he have so many low-grade heaven crystals? I don't know. He looks unfamiliar. I've never seen him before. I wonder if he's wearing a disguise. Watermark advertisement, test watermark advertisement, test no matter what. He's dead meat after offending the first prince of the Nine Heavens Imperial family. Seeing Yi Qinfeng pay 40,000 low-grade heaven crystals for the 100 colors jade robe, the entire auction hall burst into discussions. Yi Qinfeng became the focus of attention. Many people were secretly paying attention to him. Yu Yan, this 100 colors jade robe is for you. Yi Qinfeng was not stingy. He gave the 100 colors jade robe to Jiao Yan, making her very excited. All right, everyone quiet down. The 91st auction item is 10 drops of essence blood extracted from the heart of a low-grade saint beast. The starting price is 1,000 low-grade heaven crystals. Everyone can start bidding now. As he spoke, a crystal-shaped stone appeared in the Taoist-robed old man's hand. Sealed within this stone were 10 drops of Saint Beast Essence blood. Saint Beast Essence blood. Looking at the Saint Beast Essence blood in the Taoist-robed old man's hand, Yi Qinfeng did not hesitate to bid. 10,000 low-grade heaven crystals. Hearing Yi Qinfeng's bid, the dazzling auction hall once again fell into an uproar. Many people were very curious about Yi Qinfeng's background. Sitting at the very front of the auction hall, Di Feiyang, who was elegantly drinking tea, glanced at Yi Qinfeng, who was in the limelight, and revealed a thought-provoking smile. He put down the teacup in his hand and said, 20,000 low-grade heaven crystals. 30,000 low-grade heaven crystals. The space-swallowing bug was very important to Yi Qinfeng. In order to let it evolve quickly and increase its ability to swallow space, Yi Qinfeng was willing to pay any price for these 10 drops of Saint Beast Essence blood. 50,000 low-grade heaven crystals. Di Feiyang lightly tapped the armrest as he increased the bid. Although 50,000 low-grade heaven crystals was nothing to Yi Qinfeng, he had a feeling that Di Feiyang was deliberately making things difficult for him. He frowned slightly and looked at Di Feiyang's position from afar. He increased the bid. 100,000 low-grade heaven crystals. Interesting guy. Hearing Yi Qinfeng's bid, Di Feiyang was also surprised. Then a smile appeared on his face, and he did not continue to bid. F***CK, is that guy crazy? 100,000 low-grade heaven crystals to buy 10 drops of holy beast blood essence? Isn't this too much of a wastrel? 100,000 low-grade heaven crystals. Could it be that this fellow had discovered a heavenly domain treasure? Everyone present was once again shocked by Yi Qinfeng's bid. Some people even cast malicious glances at Yi Qinfeng. After Yi Qinfeng successfully bought the 10 drops of Saint Beast blood essences, the Taoist-robed old man took out a few more precious natural treasures to auction. Yi Qinfeng wanted to test Di Feiyang, so he bid for every natural treasure. Every time he bid, Di Feiyang and Di Linga would immediately increase the price, confirming his guess. No matter if it was Di Feiyang or Di Linga, they didn't want him to be in the limelight. They both wanted to extort him and make him bleed, making him sucker. Di Feiyang, Di Linga, since you want to play, I'll play with you. I hope you won't cry in the end. Yi Qinfeng's eyes flashed as he thought in his heart. The 101st treasure is 3 drops of mid-grade, holy beast vermilion bird crown blood. These 3 drops of vermilion bird crown blood have an extraordinary origin. If it wasn't to celebrate the return of my 9 heavens divine kingdom's old divine emperor, His Majesty the Divine Emperor wouldn't be willing to take them out for auction. The starting price is 10,000 low-grade heaven crystals. The Taoist-robed old man took out a crystal that sealed 3 drops of vermilion bird crown blood and announced loudly, 100,000 low-grade heaven crystals. Di Feiyang drank a mouthful of tea and was the first to bid. He raised the price of the vermilion bird crown blood by 10 times. 500,000 low-grade heaven crystals. Seeing Di Feiyang's gaze, Yi Qinfeng's expression did not change at all. He raised the price of the vermilion bird crown blood by 5 times. 500,000 low-grade heaven crystals. Just how many heaven crystals did that guy have on him? The moment Yi Qinfeng's words left his mouth, the entire auction hall shook. Almost everyone looked at him. 500,000 low-grade heaven crystals. Hearing Yi Qinfeng's bid, Di Feiyang frowned. Although he wanted to continue bidding, he did not have that many low-grade heaven crystals on him. If he continued bidding and Yi Qinfeng suddenly gave up, he would definitely become a laughingstock. Thinking of this, Di Feiyang's eyes narrowed. He did not continue bidding and gave up on bidding with Yi Qinfeng. 500,000 low-grade heaven crystals. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? The Taoist-robed old man looked at the silent Di Feiyang and asked loudly. All right, since no one is bidding, I'll announce that the vermilion bird crown blood is won by this young master. 500,000 low-grade heaven crystals was greatly out of the Taoist-robed old man's expectations. However, after observing Di Feiyang and Di Linga's expressions, he still sensed something unusual. After the vermilion bird crown blood, the Taoist-robed old man took out 3 more rare items. However, these 3 items were unable to attract Yi Qinfeng's attention, so he did not bid. The 105th treasure was 500 grams of black tainted blood. Black tainted blood was the nemesis of all saint treasures. It could turn the tide at a crucial moment. The starting price is 10,000 low-grade heaven crystals. Everyone may bid now. The Taoist-robed old man took out the black tainted blood sealed in the jade bottle and announced loudly. Black tainted blood. Yi Qinfeng had obtained the black tainted blood from the Tao attic before. However, it was too precious, and he was reluctant to use it. If he could successfully obtain this 500 grams of black tainted blood, it would be of great help to him. Yi Qinfeng was not the only one who had developed a strong interest in the black tainted blood. Di Feiyang, Di Linga, and the others were also very interested in the black tainted blood. They all increased their bids. Soon, the price of the black tainted blood skyrocketed to 50,000 low-grade heaven crystals. 60,000 low-grade heaven crystals. A woman in a tight black dress with her long and slender legs coiled around each other, and her body was like a ripe peach. She was filled with an enchanting charm, and she gently twirled her long hair that hung down to her chest with her fingers as she offered a price. 100,000 low-grade heaven crystals. Although Di Feiyang was the emperor of the 9 heavens divine kingdom, he did not have the authority to use the treasures in the 9 heavens divine kingdom's treasury. Thus, he also developed a strong interest in the black tainted blood and increased his bid. 500,000 low-grade heaven crystals. Just as Di Feiyang finished speaking, Yi Qinfeng, who was leaning on his seat, revealed a faint smile and increased his bid. Crack! Hearing Yi Qinfeng's bid, Di Feiyang's expression changed slightly. His right hand could not help but exert force and crush the teacup in his hand. Crazy, crazy. This guy definitely obtained the heaven region's treasure. Is he not afraid of being targeted by others by flaunting his wealth like this? I think there will be a good show after the auction ends. I just don't know if he will be able to leave the 9 heavens divine kingdom alive. Yi Qinfeng's bid once again shocked everyone present, causing everyone to go crazy. Yi Qinfeng also became the focus of discussion. Interesting, this guy actually went against Di Feiyang time and time again. It seems like he doesn't understand Di Feiyang very well, and doesn't know that he is a narrow-minded person. Di Linga's lips curled up slightly as she gloated in her heart. Jian Tianzi looked at Yi Qinfeng as if she was looking at a dead person. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. Mobile reading site, book address. For the convenience of your next reading, you can click on the Save button below to record this reading record. You will be able to see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1471. All right, now we will auction off the 106th treasure. This treasure is a small branch that my 9 heavens divine kingdom's old god, sovereign, brought out from the outer periphery of sky beyond. Watermark advertisement, test watermark advertisement, test the Taoist-robed old man, picked up a branch that was as thick as a child's arm and less than half a meter long. It was completely black without a single pattern. What was so special about this branch? Looking at the branch in the Taoist-robed old man's hand, many people voiced their doubts. They simply couldn't see what was so special about this branch. The old god sovereign had accidentally obtained this small branch in the outer periphery of sky beyond and had begun studying it. However, the old god sovereign had studied it for tens of thousands of years. Besides discovering that this branch was harder than a medium-grade saint artifact, he hadn't been able to uncover its secrets. However, the old god sovereign had once said that this branch definitely had a secret. It was just that he didn't have enough fate with this branch to be able to unravel it. Thus, he had brought this sword to this auction to find a fated person. The Taoist-robed old man said, "This branch," Yi Qinfeng's deep gaze locked onto this small branch. At this time, the God-Eater brain was rapidly deducing. After the God-Eater brain's perception was amplifying tens of thousands of times every second, his eyes lit up. The flow of time within this branch was somewhat different. Could this be a branch from one of the three great divine trees of the universe, the Time Divine Tree? According to the inherited memories of the God-Eater brain, Yi Qinfeng knew that there were three great divine trees in the universe: the Chaos Divine Tree, the Time Divine Tree, and the Space Divine Tree. And through the God-Eater brain's perception, he felt that this branch was very likely a branch from the Time Divine Tree. And the Time Divine Tree contained the complete laws of time. Even a branch contained the laws of time. Yi Qinfeng didn't think that there would be such a good item in this auction. This trip really wasn't in vain. He faintly smiled, his heart filled with excitement. If he could obtain this branch from the Time Divine Tree and comprehend the laws of time, it would greatly increase his foundation and increase his attack methods. The starting bid for this branch is 100,000 low-grade heaven crystals. Everyone may begin bidding. After the Taoist-robed old man finished introducing the branch, he loudly announced, 100,000 low-grade heaven crystals for a branch of unknown origin. Hearing the Taoist-robed old man's bid, the vast majority of people dispelled any thoughts of bidding. The entire auction hall fell silent, just as the Taoist-robed elder thought that the auction would go unsold. Yi Qinfeng bid 100,000 inferior-grade heaven crystals. Di Feiyang, who was drinking tea in silence, revealed a trace of surprise when he heard that Yi Qinfeng actually had so many inferior-grade heaven crystals. He put down his teacup and hesitated before saying, 300,000 inferior-grade heaven crystals. 500,000 low-grade heaven crystals, although Yi Qinfeng guessed that Di Feiyang did not have that many low-grade heaven crystals. He had 30,000 mid-grade heaven crystals. Low-grade heaven crystals were practically useless to him. Furthermore, he was determined to obtain this branch that was suspected to be the divine wood of time. He did not hesitate to increase the price. 500,000. Did he find something special about this branch hearing Yi Qinfeng's bid? Di Feiyang's brows furrowed even tighter. His deep gaze stared fixedly at the pitch-black tree branch. He really wanted to know why Yi Qinfeng was willing to spend such a sky-high price to buy this tree branch. 500,000 low-grade heaven crystals. Was there anyone else who wanted to raise the price? The Taoist-robed old man was also startled by Yi Qinfeng's bid. It could be said that such a sky-high price far exceeded his imagination. Damn it, who is this fellow? Does he have an endless supply of inferior-grade heaven crystals? Just wait and see. I want to see how he is going to deal with this after the auction. I wonder who will benefit from all the treasures on him. At this moment, many people firmly believed that Yi Qinfeng, who was in the limelight during the auction, would definitely end up in tragedy. Since no one announced it, then I will announce that this young master is the fated person for this tree branch. The Taoist-robed old man took a deep look at Yi Qinfeng, who shocked him time and time again. He handed the black tree branch to a woman with a voluptuous figure. Then he walked over to Yi Qinfeng's side and completed the transaction with him. Chengfeng, is there anything special about this tree branch? Jiao Yuan gently stroked the black tree branch. She did not find anything special about it, so she asked curiously, I will tell you after I study it properly, Yi Qinfeng said mysteriously as he put away the black tree branch into the universe mirror. All right, everyone quiet down. The second last treasure of this auction was an ancient formation diagram that had the ability to cover the sky and cover the sun. The ancient sky shrouding diagram. Once the ancient sky shrouding diagram was activated, it would cover a radius of several dozen kilometers. Even if a Nirvana Heavenly Realm expert was trapped inside, they would not be able to escape. The starting price is 100,000 low-grade heaven crystals. Everyone, you may start bidding. The old man in the Taoist robe took out an array diagram that was flowing with multiplying array patterns and seemed to contain clouds and mist within it. Unexpectedly, the old ancestor really took out this ancient sky shrouding diagram to auction. This was too much. Looking at the ancient sky shrouding diagram in the Taoist-robed old man's hand, the eyes of Di Feiyang, Dilinga, and the others lit up. On the other hand, the graceful and beautiful woman and the numerous rebirth realm experts from the Qilin Divine Kingdom revealed dense interest as well, and they bid successively. Soon, the price of the ancient sky shrouding diagram soared and reached 210,000 low-grade heaven crystals. Damn it! Although Di Feiyang was the emperor of the Nine Heavens Divine Nation, the amount of heaven crystals he could use was limited. Even if he added in mid-grade heaven crystals, he could not take out more low-grade heaven crystals. He had no choice but to withdraw from the competition. 300,000 low-grade heaven crystals. At this moment, Yi Qinfeng opened his mouth to bid. The moment he opened his mouth, everyone was shocked and numb. Little brother, if you are willing to give this ancient sky shrouding diagram to me, I will ensure that you can leave the Nine Heavens Divine Nation safely. A beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure, wearing a tight black dress, looked at Yi Qinfeng with a bewitching gaze as she promised in a pleasant voice. Not interested. Yi Qinfeng did not even think and rejected her without hesitation. 300,000 low-grade heaven crystals. Is there anyone who wants to increase the price? The Taoist-robed old man was also numb to Yi Qinfeng's bid. He looked at the beautiful woman, whose face was gradually turning dark, and asked loudly, All right, since no one is increasing the price, this ancient sky shrouding diagram will be auctioned by this friend. The Taoist-robed old man announced. Yi Qinfeng got another treasure as he wished. Is everyone looking forward to the last item of the auction? After completing the transaction with Yi Qinfeng, the Taoist-robed old man revealed a faint smile and said, The last item of this auction does not come from our Nine Heavens Divine Nation. It was entrusted to us by a senior. Because the item that senior entrusted to sell was too precious, after discussion, it was decided to be the last item of this auction. However, that senior said that he only needed mid-grade heaven crystals. Therefore, the last item can only be auctioned with mid-grade heaven crystals. What kind of treasure would this last item be? Yi Qinfeng also had a trace of curiosity about this last item. Silence. He waited for the last item to appear. Mobile reading site. Book address. For the convenience of your next reading, you can click on the bookmark at the bottom to record this reading record. Next time you open the bookshelf, you will see it. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1472. All right, let's not waste any more time. The last item of this auction is the innate sword embryo. As he spoke, the old man took out a half-meter-long black iron box from his universe ring. It was sealed with a powerful seal. Watermark advertisement, test watermark advertisement test. When he opened the iron box, a terrifying sword intent spread out from the iron box. Many people who were not strong enough felt as if a sword was hanging on their necks. Innate sword embryo. Yi Qinfeng was shocked. He did not expect that this auction would not only have a branch of the divine wood of time, but also an innate sword embryo. Innate sword embryo. It's actually an innate sword embryo. If I can get it, I can refine it into my natal treasure and greatly increase my strength. Di Feiyang was also determined to get the innate sword embryo. All right, there is no starting price for the innate sword embryo. Everyone can start bidding now. The old man announced, 100 mid-grade heaven crystals. Middle-grade heaven crystals were much more precious than low-grade heaven crystals. In the entire central world, not many people were willing to take out mid-grade heaven crystals to trade. However, the innate sword embryo was even more extraordinary. Jian Tianzi, who had the innate sword body, made a bid. I didn't expect Jian Tianzi to be so rich. Yi Qinfeng revealed a faint smile. He was not in a hurry to make a bid. 110 mid-grade heaven crystals. The beautiful woman of unknown origin made a bid. 200 mid-grade heaven crystals. Di Feiyang glanced at Yi Qinfeng from the corner of his eyes and made the highest bid he could offer. 200 mid-grade heaven crystals. And there are still people who will continue to raise the price. The old man in the Taoist robe exchanged glances with Di Feiyang. 300 mid-grade heaven crystals. Seeing the change in the old man's eyes, Yi Qinfeng did not wait any longer and increased the bid. Crack! Hearing Yi Qinfeng's bid, Di Feiyang directly crushed his teacup. The killing intent in his eyes shot out without reservation. Thinking of the innate sword embryo's preciousness, Di Feiyang suddenly stood up and said, I wonder which senior put this innate sword embryo up for auction. I am Di Feiyang, and I like this innate sword embryo very much. I wonder if the senior who put it up for auction can make a private deal with me? I guarantee that the senior will be satisfied. What, you want to break the auction's rules? When Yi Qinfeng saw Di Feiyang standing up, he took a sip of his tea and said indifferently, Don't worry. Leave some leeway when you do things. I advise you to think clearly about your situation. Even if I let you win this innate sword embryo, do you think that with your strength you can leave here alive? Di Feiyang looked at Yi Qinfeng with sharp eyes and said, However, if you are willing to give the innate sword embryo to me, I can make the decision to protect your life and let you leave safely. You don't have to worry about whether I can leave this place alive. As for this innate sword embryo, I will definitely obtain it. Yi Qinfeng ignored the warning in Di Feiyang's eyes and said, without backing down, You're good. Di Feiyang was so angry that he laughed and said, Today I'm going to say this. If you dare to lay your hands on this innate sword embryo, I will definitely make your blood splatter on the spot. Who would have thought that the Emperor of the Nine Heavens' divine country would be such an unreasonable and domineering person? How disappointing. Yi Qinfeng said coldly, How dare you insult the Emperor of the Nine Heavens' divine country? I think you are tired of living. A Nirvana powerhouse of the Nine Heavens' divine country stood up and released a powerful aura to lock onto Yi Qinfeng and shouted fiercely, What do you want to fight? Yi Qinfeng ignored the threat of this Nirvana powerhouse and replied domineeringly, Emperor, if I am willing to make a private deal with you, I wonder what you can give me? Just when the atmosphere was tense and a fight was about to break out, a skinny old man wearing a linen robe with a crescent moon scar on his forehead slowly stood up and looked at Di Feiyang. Are you the senior who sold the innate sword embryo? Di Feiyang glanced at the linen-robed old man and asked, That's right, this innate Tao body was entrusted by me to your Nine Heavens imperial family. However, if Emperor can take out a treasure that can move me, maybe I can change my mind and make a private deal with you. The linen-robed old man wanted to get more precious treasures from Di Feiyang and said, What does this senior want? Di Feiyang was secretly happy and asked generously, I want something that can increase the limit of the Nirvana heavenly realm. Do you have it? The linen-robed old man asked. I don't have it now, but I can go to the National Treasury and get it for you. Di Feiyong hesitated and said, Senior, I have a nameless elixir that can increase your limit of the Nirvana heavenly realm. Yi Qinfeng took out the incomplete heavenly saint breaking elixir and said, Really? The linen-robed old man looked at the plain heavenly saint breaking elixir in Yi Qinfeng's hand and said suspiciously, I know that no matter what I say, you won't believe me. Yi Qinfeng said, How about this? I can let you take this elixir first and let you evaluate its value. Then you can decide who you want to trade the innate sword embryo to. The linen-robed old man's eyes lit up and showed a rare smile. Believe? Yi Qinfeng said decisively, Okay, since you trust one so much, then let I appraise the elixir in your hand. If this elixir can really increase Ai's strength, I will give you the innate sword embryo. The linen-robed old man looked at Yi Qinfeng and said, It's a deal. With that, Yi Qinfeng flicked his finger and threw the incomplete heavenly saint breaking elixir to the linen-robed old man. After receiving the heavenly saint breaking elixir, the linen-robed old man appraised it repeatedly. After confirming that there was no problem, he swallowed it and circulated a powerful cultivation technique to refine the energy released by the heavenly saint breaking elixir. This elixir, after about 10 breaths, the linen-robed old man suddenly opened his closed eyes. His turbid old eyes revealed a strong sense of surprise. How is it, Senior? I didn't lie to you, right? Yi Qinfeng said with a faint smile. What kind of elixir is this? The linen-robed old man couldn't believe that the bottleneck of his cultivation realm had loosened after he had just consumed the heavenly saint breaking elixir. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said, I don't know. Okay, I will fulfill my promise. This innate sword embryo is yours. With that, the linen-robed old man waved his wrinkled hand and released a powerful Tao energy that penetrated the restrictions around the auction stage. He directly grabbed the innate sword embryo and gave it to Yi Qinfeng. Thank you, Senior. Yi Qinfeng quickly sealed the innate sword embryo and said with a faint smile, Junior, do you need me to bring you out of here? The linen-robed old man also knew that Yi Qinfeng wouldn't have a good ending today, so he asked intentionally, No need, I can deal with the trouble myself. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said confidently, Okay, then I won't accompany you. With that, the linen-robed old man's body suddenly shot out a strong light in the shape of a crescent moon. It cut open the restrictions around the door, and he left alone in front of everyone. Mobile reading website. Book address. For the convenience of your next reading, you can click on the Save button at the bottom to record this reading record. You will see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1473. Yenyue. So he was Yenyue, one of the top 10 wandering cultivators in the Central World. Suddenly, someone recognized the identity of the linen-robed old man and exclaimed in surprise, E.T. Watermark Advertising. Test of watermark advertisement now. Can you give me the innate sword embryo? After Yenyue left, Di Feiyong, whose face was as dark as water, locked his gaze on Yi Qinfeng and said coldly, This innate sword embryo is mine. Why should I give it to you? Yi Qinfeng's lips curled up slightly. Looking at Di Feiyong, who was filled with killing intent, he asked coldly, Don't tell me you want to snatch it by force. Do you still not understand your situation? Di Feiyong shot a look at the Taoist-robed elder and ordered him to increase the restrictions in the auction hall, completely sealing off Yi Qinfeng's escape route. I feel that my situation is very good right now, Yi Qinfeng replied indifferently. No need to waste words with him. Before Di Feiyong made a move, Jian Tianzi, who possessed the innate sword body and was extremely aggressive, suddenly took out the divine glory sword. Amidst the chaos in the auction hall, she stabbed her sword towards Yi Qinfeng's throat. Boom! The 3-foot-long sword light pierced over. Yi Qinfeng didn't dodge. He gently extended a finger and accurately tapped on the white sword light, shattering it and easily breaking Jian Tianzi's attack. What? Seeing Yi Qinfeng break Jian Tianzi's attack with a single finger, everyone present was stunned and let out cries of disbelief. Even Di Feiyang and Di Linga revealed serious expressions. They didn't think that Yi Qinfeng's strength would be so terrifying. Buzz! Buzz! Ear-piercing sword sounds rang out from Jian Tianzi's body. She deduced her sword intent to the extreme and used the chilling, killing Dao to attack Yi Qinfeng at close range. She wanted to use a series of fierce killing auras to severely injure Yi Qinfeng. You too weak. Yi Qinfeng's eyes narrowed, and he charged toward the myriad of sword gleams like a hurricane. Relying on his absolute strength, he shattered the sword gleams that got close to him and appeared before Jian Tianzi, whose expression changed slightly. She had sensed a strong aura of danger and instinctively dodged. He reached out to grab her. Although Jian Tianzi's dodging speed was fast, Yi Qinfeng's right hand was even faster. In the blink of an eye, Jian Tianzi's neck was grabbed by Yi Qinfeng. Immediately after, a power that was beyond Jian Tianzi's imagination channeled into her body, suppressing all the Dao powers in her body, causing her to temporarily lose her strength. She was unable to exert any strength in her entire body. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng lifted Jian Tianzi high up into the air like a little chick. This shocking scene shocked everyone present. Who was Jian Tianzi? She was a peerless genius that was hard to come by in 10,000 years in the sword faction. She possessed the innate sword physique that others yearned for even in their dreams, and she also walked the path of killing. Her overall battle prowess could be ranked in the top 5 of the current younger generation. But now, Jian Tianzi was captured alive and couldn't move. This made many people feel like they were in a dream. Let go of Tianzi. Although Di Linga was surprised by Yi Qinfeng's battle prowess, at this moment he had to stand out. He summoned a large, low-grade, holy treasure and hovered above his head. He glared at Yi Qinfeng and shouted loudly, "Don't say that I bullied you. Come at me together." Yi Qinfeng revealed an arrogant smile and said, "I just want to experience the strength of the 2 peerless princes of the 9 heavens' divine kingdom." "Who are you, sir?" Di Feiyang looked at Yi Qinfeng with a serious gaze. He sensed something unusual, so he didn't take the initiative to attack. He said in a low voice, "Isn't it too late to ask about my identity now?" Yi Qinfeng said coldly, "Don't waste time. Do it." "Sir, today is our 9 heavens imperial family. To celebrate the return of the old divine king, we are holding an auction. Sir, don't you think you are not giving our 9 heavens imperial family any face?" The Taoist-robed elder took a deep look at Yi Qinfeng, who he couldn't see through, and said in a low voice, "What? Do you think that I was the one who provoked you first?" Yi Qinfeng asked coldly, "Sir, for the sake of our 9 heavens imperial family's old divine king, please don't continue to make trouble. Let go of Miss Jian." The Taoist-robed elder deliberately used Di Jiotian to pressure Yi Qinfeng. "I can let her go, but I have a condition." Yi Qinfeng said coldly. "Sir, please," the Taoist-robed elder asked patiently. "Let them apologize to me." Yi Qinfeng pointed at the gloomy Di Feiyang and Di Linga. "What? Sir, do you really want to fight to the death with our 9 heavens imperial family?" Di Feiyang said angrily. What kind of expert was Di Feiyang? He would definitely not apologize to Yi Qinfeng in public. "Look, I gave them a chance, but they didn't cherish it. Since it's like this, then don't blame me for not giving your 9 heavens imperial family any face." Yi Qinfeng said domineeringly. "Sigh, I am very disappointed in your choice." The Taoist-robed elder shook his head and said, "Since it's like this, then I'm sorry." As he spoke, the Taoist-robed elder activated the strongest restriction in the auction hall. A slowly moving octagonal array disc appeared. It flowed with powerful attack patterns and locked onto Yi Qinfeng. "What? Aren't you afraid of using the restriction array to attack me and accidentally injure her? Yi Chin-fong said fearlessly with the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Let me go quickly, or my sword sect will not let you go. With Yi Chin-fong choking her neck, Jian Tianzi's pretty face turned red. She was in great pain and said with a hoarse voice, Chi. As soon as Jian Tianzi's threatening words fell, a sharp sword light broke through Jian Tianzi's defense and cut her back clothes, revealing her white and tender jade back. Don't hurt Tianzi. As long as you are willing to let Tianzi go, I can agree to any of your conditions. Dilinga looked at Yi Chin-fong with fire shooting out of her eyes. She clenched her teeth tightly and endured the anger in her heart. Fine. Today I will give you a chance to express your sincerity. If you are willing to kneel down and kowtow to me 10 times, I will let her go. Yi Chin-fong looked at Dilinga, whose eyes were twitching violently and whose heart was not calm, and said, But if you don't agree, I will cut her clothes bit by bit. You, if you have the guts, kill me. Jian Tianzi glared at Yi Chin-fong and struggled with all her might. However, Yi Chin-feng's strength was much stronger than hers. No matter how hard she struggled, she could not break free from Yi Chin-feng's restraint. I will count to 3. If you don't kneel down and beg for mercy, then don't blame me for not giving you a chance. As he spoke, Yi Chin-feng's fingertips shot out a sharp sword light, which swallowed and spat in front of Jian Tianzi's clothes. It could cut her clothes at any time, exposing her tall and straight twin peaks to the air. Although Dilinga liked Jian Tianzi, making him kowtow to her was worse than killing him. It made him hesitate. Sai, this is the man who loves you deeply. Look carefully. Yi Chin-fong looked at Dilinga, who was clenching his fists and struggling with his thoughts, and said with a smile. After speaking, he did not tear apart Jian Tianzi's clothes to humiliate her. Instead, he threw her to the cold ground. In the next moment, Yi Chin-feng's body surged with a soaring sword intent. The terrifying sword force swept through the air, killing mercilessly. The sword pierced the slowly moving octagonal disc array, tearing apart the powerful array patterns and piercing a big hole in the disc array. The restriction array was broken, shocking everyone present. Mobile reading site. Book address. In order to facilitate your next reading, you can click on the bookmark at the bottom to record this reading record. The next time you open the bookshelf, you will see it. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1474. May I know who you are? After witnessing how Yi Chin-fong broke the formation with one strike, the old man's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Yi Chin-fong in a different light. Editor. Endless fantasy translation to be able to break the formation so easily. His attack power had definitely reached the limit of the Nirvana heavenly realm. It doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is, didn't you want to kill me and take the treasures I bought from the auction? Yi Chin-fong smiled faintly and said, I'm standing right here. If you want to fight, then come at me. The old man was shocked by Yi Chin-feng's strength, so he sent a voice transmission to Di Feiyang, who had a dark expression on his face. Emperor, this person is too strong. I'm afraid we're not his match. We should avoid him and slowly deal with him in the future. All right, I'll let him go today. Although Di Feiyang was reluctant to give up the innate sword embryo, Yi Chin-feng's strength was too strong. He smelled a strong sense of danger, so he had no choice but to back down. Let's go. Di Feiyang glared at Yi Chin-fong and was about to leave with his followers. Emperor, where are you going? Yi Chin-fong wanted to blow this matter up and force Di Jiutian into a dead end. He had no choice but to attack Di Feiyang and the others. What? You want to hurt me? With his identity as the emperor, Di Feiyang wasn't afraid that Yi Chin-fong would harm him. He looked at Yi Chin-fong coldly and said fearlessly, Di Feiyang, if it weren't for you being apprehensive of my strength, you would have already attacked me. Yi Qinfeng said coldly. That's right. Your strength is indeed extraordinary. Di Feiyang nodded and said generously, Since my fist is bigger than yours, doesn't that mean I can bully you? Yi Qinfeng's lips curled up as he spoke with a cold intent. You better think carefully about where you are right now. If you hurt me, I guarantee you won't be able to leave Nine Heavens Royal City alive, warned Di Feiyang coldly. His eyes shone with a cold light. Is that so? Yi Qinfeng sneered. His right hand suddenly entered the space and slapped towards Di Feiyang. Although Di Feiyang was an Earth Nirvana realm expert, and his attention was focused on Yi Qinfeng, Yi Qinfeng's attack speed was too fast, and his right hand had escaped into space, making it impossible for Di Feiyang to guard against it. Slap! The crisp sound of a slap rang out. Yi Qinfeng's hand, which was filled with hundreds of millions of kilograms of force, fiercely slapped Di Feiyang's face. The terrifying force broke through his defense and caved in his face, sending him flying. He drew a beautiful arc in the air and slammed into the chair behind him. The entire auction hall fell into chaos. Son of Heaven, the Taoist-robed elder, and the others were dumbfounded. They didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to be so bold as to attack Di Feiyang in front of everyone. Lu Meng was even more frightened by the scene in front of him. His mind went blank and his entire body trembled. I'll kill you. Di Feiyang had never suffered such humiliation. He ignored the injuries on his face and climbed up from the collapsed chair like an angry leopard. He summoned an extremely powerful mid-grade sage artifact that was shaped like a crescent moon and flashed with lightning. He attacked Yi Qinfeng. The moment Di Feiyang attacked, the angry Di Linga and the furious Jian Tianzi also attacked Yi Qinfeng at this time. They wanted to work together to severely injure him and capture him alive. Kacha! Di Feiyang and the other two attacked together. Yi Qinfeng didn't panic in the face of danger. He took a light step forward, and an unimaginable force formed under his feet, cracking the ground. Then the space in front of him and Jiao Yiyan had a large area of wrinkles. The layers of space constantly dissolved the attacks of Di Feiyang and the other two. Thunder Moon Shadow, destroy! Di Feiyang was infuriated. He continued to inject powerful Dao energy into the mid-grade sacred artifact, increasing the power of the Thunder Moon afterimage, shattering the layers of space as it charged towards Yi Qinfeng. You're too weak. When the Thunder Moon afterimage approached, Yi Qinfeng like a hot knife through butter. A spiritual-grade Dao diagram of the heavens and earth appeared in Yi Qinfeng's palm. He struck the Thunder Moon afterimage with his palm, and the terrifying power of Dao will and hundreds of millions of kilograms of strength directly blasted the Thunder Moon afterimage back. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng's body flashed. With a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye, he appeared in front of the shocked Di Linga and Jian Tianzi and stepped out twice. The two steps caused the entire space to shake. The terrifying tyrannical feat seemed to suppress the nine hells. With the power of hundreds of millions of kilograms, they shattered the attacks of the two and were sent flying. A large amount of blood spurted out of their mouths. Then Yi Qinfeng turned into an afterimage and appeared in front of Di Feiyang, who had turned pale with fright and attacked him. Don't hurt the emperor. Seeing that Di Linga was in danger, the old man in the Dao robe activated his powerful bloodline power and punched out at Yi Qinfeng like a meteor falling to the ground. It evolved into Dao patterns and attacked Yi Qinfeng. You won't be able to save him. Yi Qinfeng snorted coldly as he threw out a powerful punch to meet the attack. When Yi Qinfeng and the old man's fists collided, a surge of Dao energy beyond the old man's imagination burst out from Yi Qinfeng's fist and poured into his body. He was sent flying dozens of meters away and crashed into the coiled dragonstone pillar in the distance. He fell to the ground in pain and almost lost the ability to continue fighting. What powerful strength! Elder Ming, can you see how powerful this person is? There was no lack of Nirvana Heavenly Realm Almighties who had come to participate in the auction. However, when they saw Yi Qinfeng's battle prowess, they were all stunned. An ordinary-looking lady softly asked the white-haired old man beside her, "This person is very powerful. I'm afraid he's at the limit of the Nirvana Heavenly Realm." The white-haired old man said in a serious tone, "When did such a young expert appear in our central world?" The woman sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "This person is definitely in disguise. I just don't know what kind of deep enmity this person has with the Nine Heavens divine nation. He actually humiliated the Nine Heavens imperial families, son of heaven, in public." The white-haired old man said, "Thunder Moon Shadow, endless lightning light." Although Yi Qinfeng's strength was beyond Di Feiyang's imagination, he didn't retreat. He clenched his teeth and controlled the mid-grade sacred treasure to release a large amount of lightning light, bombarding Yi Qinfeng's body. However, Yi Qinfeng was no longer the same as before. Not to mention Nirvana's Di Feiyang. Even a Nirvana Heavenly Realm expert could be killed by Yi Qinfeng with a wave of his hand. Slap, slap, slap. Yi Qinfeng's body moved. Like an unparalleled divine sword, he tore apart the endless lightning light of the Thunder Moon Shadow and appeared in front of Di Feiyang. He raised his hand and continuously slapped Di Feiyang. Di Feiyang's head cracked and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. He was in great pain. "Stop!" Just as Yi Qinfeng was deliberately humiliating Di Feiyang, an angry roar rang out. A mighty man wearing golden armor and holding a 9-foot 9-inch long, dark, golden spear appeared. His strength had reached the limit of the Nirvana Heavenly Realm. He stabbed his spear at Yi Qinfeng. The spear stabbed out like a dragon emerging from the sea, tearing through space. The sound of the friction between the spear and the air made many people's eardrums hurt. It was extremely uncomfortable. Seeing that the golden armor man's spear was about to pierce Yi Qinfeng's body, Yi Qinfeng quickly pointed his finger at the tip of the dark golden spear. Press and hold for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 1475. How dare you? Who are you? Why are you causing trouble in my 9 Heavens imperial city? The golden armored man's expression changed slightly as he quickly retrieved the spear that Yi Qinfeng had bent. "Net, if I say that I'm here for the return of Qingzi Divine Emperor, would you believe me?" Yi Qinfeng looked at the golden-armored man with a smile that was not a smile, and said coldly, "War God Huang, this person is lawless and has done all kinds of evil. I beg War God Huang to capture him and throw him into the death prison." Di Feiyang crawled up from the ground with his face sunken in and blood flowing out of his mouth. He glared at Yi Qinfeng, who had brought him great humiliation, and roared loudly, "You better not count on him. If he could capture me, he wouldn't be talking nonsense with me." Yi Qinfeng revealed a faint smile and looked at the gloomy war god Huang. "Did I say anything wrong? Although you are strong, are you stronger than my 9 Heavens imperial city?" War god Huang took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. "I advise you to be smart. If you continue to cause trouble, it will only be bad for you." "All right, I won't argue with you. Let's go." Yi Qinfeng looked at Di Feiyang, whose face had sunken in and whose eyes were spitting fire. He brought Jiao Yiyan and was about to leave the auction hall. "War god Huang, you can't let them go." Seeing Yi Qinfeng and Jiao Yiyan leaving, Di Feiyang angrily ordered, if he let Yi Qinfeng and Jiao Yiyan leave like this, he would definitely become a laughingstock. He would have no fate with the Xiantian realm. "See, it's not that I want to continue causing trouble. It's just that some people who don't know what's good for them insist on pestering me." Yi Qinfeng revealed a cold smile and said, "All right, my patience is limited. If you want to make a move, then hurry up. Don't waste my time." "All right, then let me have a taste of your skills." After receiving Di Feiyang's message, War God Huang took a deep breath. A powerful battle armor was released from his body and locked onto Yi Qinfeng. 3 moves. If I can't beat you down in 3 moves, it'll be my loss. Yi Qinfeng looked at the war god of Nirvana realm and pointed a finger at him. Emperor Dragon's heavenly spear. The yellow war god's expression changed. The Tao will in his body exploded as he began to deduce. As he thrust out his spear, his entire body fused with the dark golden spear in his hand and transformed into a mysterious, innate Tao pattern. It was like a yellow dragon that pierced through the sky and pierced towards Yi Qinfeng's chest. Pearls of death, fuse! Huang Zhanchen thrust his spear forward. Yi Qinfeng didn't dodge. He quickly took a step forward and fused with the spiritual pearl of death in his Yongquan acupoint. He punched out with his fist. Pung pung pung. Although Yi Qinfeng didn't use his sacred weapon, his physical body was too strong. With a single punch, layers upon layers of space were crushed. The fist filled with explosive power collided with the yellow dragon, heavenly spear that the yellow war god had thrust out. The explosive power continued to shatter the yellow dragon-like fist light, and the fist smashed into the dark golden spear. The terrifying power passed through the dark golden spear and surged into war god Huang's arm. The impact caused his skin and flesh to split open and blood to spurt out. Just as war god Huang was shocked by Yi Qinfeng's terrifying combat strength, a light flashed under Yi Qinfeng's feet. He suddenly appeared in front of war god Huang and punched at his chest. The punch shattered his golden battle armor and caved in his chest, sending him flying. Sai, you can't even take 2 moves from me. You are much weaker than I thought. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said with disdain as he looked at war god Huang, who was sent flying dozens of meters away and smashed a huge hole in the stone wall. Damn it, how can he be so strong? Seeing that one of the 4 war gods of the 9 heavens imperial family, war god Huang, was no match for Yi Qinfeng, Di Feiyang's heart sank. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Next, it's your turn again. Yi Qinfeng's deep eyes shone with a cold light as he locked onto Di Feiyang, whose forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Then he walked over with heavy steps. That senior is willing to help us. Our 9 heavens imperial family will definitely owe him a favor. Seeing Yi Qinfeng getting closer, Di Feiyang felt like he was being stared at by an ancient beast. Even breathing became difficult as he shouted at the top of his lungs. Whoever dares to make a move will be killed without mercy. The terrifying aura in Yi Qinfeng's body completely exploded. The terrifying aura caused the space to change, causing the entire auction hall to tremble. Feeling the terrifying aura released by Yi Qinfeng, many Nirvana Heavenly Realm experts who wanted to make a move were shaken. As for Di Feiyang, who was enduring the strongest aura, his hair stood on end as his entire body trembled. Kneel! Yi Qinfeng looked at Di Feiyang, who was sweating profusely, and ordered without any room for resistance. You really want to fight to the death with our 9 heavens imperial family? Di Feiyang said as he glared at Yi Qinfeng with bloodshot eyes as he endured the pressure of Mount Tai bearing down on him. You can't represent the 9 heavens imperial family. Yi Qinfeng said coldly. Roar, roar, roar. Just as Yi Qinfeng wanted to force Di Feiyang to kneel, a deafening dragon roar suddenly resounded. Sacred beast, it's our 9 heavens imperial family's sacred beast, the sky dragon. Hearing the dragon roar, Di Feiyang was overjoyed. He shouted at the top of his lungs, Sacred beast, save me. Rumble. The incomparably tough roof made of special materials suddenly trembled. A tall and sturdy man wearing white battle armor with a pair of dragon horns on his head and thick dragon scales on his arms and legs descended from the sky. He was holding a dragon head blade that was close to 6 meters long. He appeared in the chaotic auction hall. All right, today's auction is over. Everyone can leave now. When the 9 heavens divine nations sacred beast appeared, the Taoist robed elder immediately opened the door and shouted, When the auction hall's door opened, many almighty experts didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly left. Soon, there were only a few dozen people left in the auction hall. The others all fled the auction hall in a panic. Mid-grade sacred beast dragon. Sensing the powerful dragon aura from the silver-armored man, the God-Eater brain confirmed that the man in front of it was a mid-grade sacred beast and a top-grade dragon. The Nine Heavens Divine Nation is indeed the one with the deepest foundation among the three divine nations. They actually have a true dragon. A serious expression appeared on Yi Qinfeng's face as several thoughts flashed through his mind. Although he had the ability to slay a dragon with his current strength and foundation, his real goal was to force Di Jiuqian to work with him to secretly control the Nine Heavens Divine Nation. It would be disadvantageous for him to reveal his identity too early. "Are you done messing around?" The heavenly dragon asked in a deep voice as it glared at Yi Qinfeng with its bell-sized eyes. "Messing around? Do you think I'm the one messing around today?" Yi Qinfeng didn't back down. "If he didn't covet my treasures, would you target him?" "No matter what, you don't have to hurt them. You have to give our Nine Heavens Imperial family an explanation today," said the sacred beast Sky Dragon. "All right, if you want an explanation, I can give it to you." Yi Qinfeng held onto Jiao Yian's smooth arms tightly, helping her to neutralize the impact of the dragon's might. He said, "Bring us to the Nine Heavens Imperial Palace. I want to see your Nine Heavens Divine Emperor and seek justice for today's matter." "All right, let's go." The heavenly dragon took a deep look at Yi Qinfeng and nodded. He personally escorted Yi Qinfeng and Yi Qinfeng to the heavily guarded Nine Heavenly Emperor Palace, the true authority of the Nine Heavens Divine Kingdom. Remember the website, Sandwich Chinese Network. Chapter 1476. What a terrifying array formation. Under the escort of the holy beast Sky Dragon, Yi Qinfeng and Qin Wentian entered the Nine Heavens Imperial Palace that was shining with golden light. When they entered, their pupils constricted slightly, revealing looks of shock. Net with the help of the God-Eater brain, he realized that the array talisman that enveloped the Nine Heavens Imperial Palace was much more powerful than the Eight-Head Imperial Palace. Even a 6-star Dao saint would be severely injured by this array talisman, let alone a Nirvana heavenly realm cultivator. Just how strong is the Nine Heavens Imperial family? Yi Qinfeng realized that the Nine Heavens Imperial family was much stronger than he had imagined. If he hadn't controlled Di Jiuqian, he wouldn't have dared to make a move on the Nine Heavens Imperial family. "Damn it, I don't care who you are. I'm going to skin you alive today." Di Feiyang swore in his heart as he glared viciously at Yi Qinfeng's back, his face sunken in from the extreme humiliation. In his opinion, Yi Qinfeng's life and death were in his hands the moment he stepped into the Nine Heavens Imperial family. Di Feiyang kept thinking of ways to take revenge. "Young Master Yi, why have you come to the Nine Heavens Imperial Palace?" Under the escort of the Sky Dragon, Yi Qinfeng and Huang Xiaolong walked along a long white jade corridor towards the depths of the Nine Heavens Imperial Palace. A deep voice resounded in Yi Qinfeng's soul sea. Di Jiuqian, who was sitting cross-legged in the depths of the Imperial Palace, opened his eyes and frowned. "Of course I'm being escorted here." Yi Qinfeng gave Di Jiuqian a simple explanation of what had happened. "Ignorant junior." Di Jiuqian sent a voice transmission in annoyance. "Young Master Yi, do you want me to kill Di Feiyang and help you vent your anger?" "If I wanted to kill him, he would have died long ago," Yi Qinfeng said coldly. "All right, calm down and wait for my news. Young Master Yi, the Nine Heavens Imperial family has no intention of becoming enemies with you. Please let them go." Although Yi Qinfeng controlled Di Jiuqian's life and death, the blood of the sky race flowed in his veins. He was also the first deity king of the Nine Heavens Divine Kingdom. He didn't want to see the Nine Heavens imperial family's foundation being destroyed. Di Jiutian, you know your situation very well, Yi Chenfeng warned him. However, I can promise you that if you are loyal to me, I will let the Nine Heavens divine kingdom live. Kingdom, live. We're here. Wait for me here. I'll report to His Majesty, the Divine Emperor, and see if he's willing to see you. The holy beast Heavenly Dragon led Yi Chenfeng and Shao Qin to a resplendent and majestic hall with 108 stone pillars made of coiling dragons. Then he ordered several guards to watch over Yi Chenfeng and Shao Qin before entering the hall. What are you looking at? When the holy beast Heavenly Dragon entered the Golden Palace, Yi Chenfeng turned around slightly and looked at Di Feiyang, who had a ferocious glint in his eyes and a sinister smile. I don't know if you are really stupid or not. You actually want to seek justice from my father, Di Feiyang said coldly. What? You think you can control my life and death here? Yi Chenfeng said with a cold smile. You are stubborn, right? You will cry in a while. Di Feiyang was like an evil wolf as he stared at Yi Chenfeng. I promise you will regret going against me. Regret? Yi Chenfeng smiled. You don't have to worry about me, but I'm afraid you will regret it. With that, Yi Chenfeng appeared in front of Di Feiyang like a bolt of lightning. Yi Chenfeng's sudden approach made Di Feiyang's hair stand on end. Di Feiyang instinctively wanted to dodge. However, the moment he dodged, an unexpected dizziness blasted into his soul sea, causing his soul sea to tremble and his mind to go blank for a short period of time. Slap! Slap! 2 crisp slaps rang out. Yi Chenfeng raised his hand and slapped Di Feiyang twice. Di Feiyang's face, which was recovering, caved in again. Several broken teeth and a large amount of blood flowed out of his mouth and fell to the ground. The bloodstains were very eye-catching. How dare you! Don't you dare hurt the Emperor! The golden-armored guards did not expect Yi Chenfeng to be so bold as to beat up Di Feiyang in front of everyone outside the Golden Palace. They were instantly enraged. They all summoned their Dao treasures and attacked Yi Chenfeng. Ka! 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 When the powerful Dao treasures that shone with the light of the way landed on Yi Chenfeng's body, a frightening power of the way gushed out of his body and slammed into the steels of the great path. The frightening power of the way shattered these Dao treasures. In the next moment, the everlasting holy water broke out of Yi Chenfeng's body and turned into an extremely cold air. It froze the golden-armored guards, instantly turning them into ice sculptures. Di Feiyang, do you want to become like them? After forcefully shattering the Dao treasures and freezing the powerful golden-armored guards, Yi Chenfeng looked at Di Feiyang, whose expression changed drastically. He revealed a devilish smile. I advise you not to mess around. If you hurt me, your cooking will be worse than mine. Although Di Feiyang's temperament was extraordinary, Yi Chenfeng's strength was too terrifying. He had complete control over his life and death. After witnessing Yi Chenfeng's ruthless methods, Di Feiyang felt fear from the bottom of his heart. Sigh, Di Feiyang, I thought you were someone important. However, I realized that I was wrong about you. Yi Chenfeng looked at Di Feiyang, who was bracing himself, and said, Forget it. I'll do a good deed today and change the Emperor of the Nine Heavens royalty. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As soon as Yi Chenfeng finished speaking, the space above his head suddenly distorted. A dragon seal with a coiling golden dragon and an ancient seal fell from the sky, suppressing Yi Chenfeng. High-grade sage treasure! Feeling the destructive power of the dragon, Yi Chenfeng's eyes narrowed. The power of the 5 acupoints in his body exploded. More than 150 million pounds of power poured into his right fist as he punched at the dragon seal. Buzz! Buzz! Yi Chenfeng's fist light shot up into the sky, shattering the layers of pressure. When it hit the ancient seal on the dragon seal, a deafening dragon roar resounded. The ancient seal formed from innate Tao patterns turned into a dragon character, shattering Yi Qinfeng's fist light and ruthlessly bombarding Yi Qinfeng. Boom! The incomparably hard ground was shattered by the dragon character, but Yi Qinfeng and Zhao Yiyan were nowhere to be seen. What's wrong? Is this how His Majesty treats his guests? Using sword steps, Yi Qinfeng brought Zhao Yiyan to dodge the dragon seal's attack. He cast his gaze at the golden palace, shrouded in runes, and said coldly, "My 9 heavens divine nation is a hospitable nation. However, this emperor does not welcome arrogant people." A majestic and terrifying voice resounded in the golden palace. "Your Majesty, you are wrong." Yi Qinfeng said neither arrogantly nor humbly, "I have always adhered to the principle of not offending people if they don't offend me. If it wasn't for your Son of Heaven wanting to rob me of my treasures, I wouldn't have done anything to him. Moreover, I'm already giving face to your nation and the old divine emperor by not killing him. Then do I still need to thank you?" Divine Emperor Dao Zhu said indifferently, "In fact, His Majesty the Divine Emperor should thank me for killing him. Someone like him, who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, is truly a disgrace to the Son of Heaven's identity. He might even bring endless trouble to the 9 heavens' divine kingdom." Yi Qinfeng said with his hands behind his back. Di Feiyang was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Remember the URL. Sanwu Chinese Network. Chapter 1477. Yu. Di Feiyang felt that he was about to go crazy from anger. Nidus, the emperor of 9 heavens' divine nation. He was the most popular person in the younger generation. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to cut Yi Qinfeng into pieces, drink his blood, and eat his flesh. "I have already heard about today's matter," Di Daoju said in a deep voice. "At first, Feiyang was in the wrong, but I know that you are deliberately humiliating Feiyang like this." "Why do you say so, Your Majesty?" Yi Qinfeng smiled and asked. "With your strength, you only need 1 finger to kill Feiyang. But you didn't kill him and instead came here with the sacred beast. So, your purpose is definitely not simple." Di Daoju said wisely, "Tell me your true purpose." "Your Majesty has misunderstood me. I came here this time only to pay a visit to the old emperor," Yi Qinfeng said. "Forget it. Since you don't want to tell the truth, I won't force you." Di Daoju said somewhat impatiently, "Right now you have 2 paths. Either you leave 9 heavens' imperial city now and never come here again, or you can stay here forever." "What if I don't take these 2 paths?" Yi Qinfeng said indifferently. "That's not up to you." Di Daoju's voice suddenly turned cold. Countless Dao runes gathered above Yi Qinfeng's head and turned into a huge formation plate. A terrifying power disrupted the momentum of heaven and earth and locked onto Yi Qinfeng. "Sigh, I really don't want to become enemies with 9 heavens' divine nation. Why is Your Majesty making things difficult for me?" Although the formation of 9 heavens' imperial palace was terrifying, Yi Qinfeng had his own reliance. He stood with his hands behind his back and arrogantly stood there. His deep eyes revealed incomparable confidence. "Damn, you're still so arrogant when you're about to die. You'll be crying later." Seeing Yi Qinfeng locked onto by the formation, Di Feiyang revealed a sinister expression as if he had foreseen Yi Qinfeng's tragic end. "Sigh, Di Feiyang, I've discovered that you are truly brainless. Even at a time like this, you still dare to provoke me." Yi Qinfeng sighed softly and said with murderous intent, "Fine, I'll kill you first." As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng's body moved. He entered the spatial trajectory and attacked Di Feiyang. Rumble. The instant Yi Qinfeng made his move, the terrifying talisman formation released 3 bolts of lightning. 1 bolted towards Zhao Yiyan, while the other 2 bolted towards Yi Qinfeng. They wanted to stop Yi Qinfeng from killing Di Feiyang. Just as Zhao Yiyan was about to be struck by the array formation's heavenly lightning, an ancient bronze coffin appeared above her head, blocking the array formation's heavenly lightning that was powerful enough to kill a Nirvana heavenly realm expert. Meanwhile, Yi Qinfeng summoned the mid-grade saint embracing leaf robe and wore it. He endured the bombardment of the formation's heavenly lightning and closed in on Di Feiyang, who had turned pale with fright and was desperately retreating. Buzz! When Di Feiyang summoned his saint artifact and wanted to force Yi Qinfeng back, a terrifying dizziness blasted into his soul, causing his soul to tremble. His mind went blank for a moment. In the next moment, the high-grade saint artifact, Black Dawn's sacred sword, appeared in his hand. It swallowed and spat out a long snake-like sword as it pierced towards Di Feiyang's throat. Spatial teleportation. At this critical moment, a powerful teleportation force enveloped Di Feiyang, wanting to teleport him away. If I want to kill him, no one can save him. Seeing the dizzy Di Feiyang teleporting away, Yi Qinfeng increased his attack speed once again. The silver sword spirit turned into a cold star and fused into the Black Dawn sacred sword. The sword tore apart the terrifying teleportation force and pierced through Di Feiyang's body, piercing through his throat. Bang! The silver sword spirit released a sword intent that poured into Di Feiyang's body and head, crushing his soul that was trying to escape. His entire body was split in half by the leaking sword intent. Blood splattered out and dyed the ground red. Feiyang! The moment Di Feiyang died, Di Daoju flew out of the Golden Palace with a terrifying blade aura. A sky-piercing blade light slashed towards Yi Qinfeng like mercury. Facing Di Daoju's saber light attack, Yi Qinfeng did not dodge. He extended his palm of flesh and blood to meet the attack head-on. With a single palm strike, he broke the saber light, breaking Di Daoju's attack. How dare you kill my son? Di Feiyang was Di Daoju's favorite son. He was also the one that Di Daoju focused on grooming. He was the heir to the Zhu Tian divine nation. But now, all his hopes were shattered. His beloved son had died in front of him. This made Di Daoju feel like he had lost control of his emotions. Sigh, young Master Lu, you are forcing me to my death. At the same time, Di Jiutian, who had been secretly observing Yi Qinfeng's every move in the cave, sighed helplessly. Yi Qinfeng killed Di Feiyang, which was equivalent to going against the Jiutian divine nation. Di Jiutian's life was in the hands of Yi Qinfeng. He had no choice but to help Yi Qinfeng. This was equivalent to breaking off his relationship with the Jiutian sovereign family. I have no choice. I don't like the two options you gave me. I can only choose the third option, which is to kill my way out of the Jiutian imperial palace. Yi Qinfeng ignored Di Daoju's furious eyes and said domineeringly, Good, good, good. Today, I would like to see how you are going to kill your way out of here. Di Daoju, who was filled with killing intent, summoned the high-grade sacred artifact, Unparalleled Battle Saber. He released his soaring blade intent and locked onto Yi Qinfeng. The battle was about to start. Roar! At this moment, inhuman roars came from the ancient bronze coffin. The terrifying sound shook the 9 heavens. Kacha! The heavy coffin lid was pushed open by a big black hand. Mo Ba, who was wearing bronze battle armor and surrounded by demonic aura, slowly sat up. He opened his blood-red eyes and looked at Di Daoju. Just a glance was enough to make Di Daoju feel like he was seen through by Mo Ba. All the hair on his body stood up. The heavenly dragon beside Di Daoju was even more horrified. While Di Daoju was deeply attracted by Mo Ba, Yi Qinfeng took sword steps and flew towards Di Daoju, launching a fierce attack at him. Buzz! With a thrust of the sword, a terrifying warship cut through the space and pierced towards Di Daoju with the momentum of 1,000 caddies, forcing him to counterattack in an instant. As the saber and sword clashed, the saber intent and sword intent exploded in an instant. The two terrifying intents fused together and fiercely repulsed each other. Di Dao Ju had tempered the saber Dao his entire life and had a very deep understanding of the saber Dao. It could be said that Di Dao Ju could be considered the #1 saber Dao expert in the Central World. Sensing that the saber Dao that Di Dao Ju displayed had completely suppressed his comprehension of the sword Dao, Yi Qinfeng revealed a trace of surprise. The silver sword spirit flew out at this moment, piercing through the two great Dao intents that were fiercely opposing each other and attacking Di Dao Ju, forcibly forcing him to retreat. Silver sword spirit, you are that Yi Qinfeng. In the entire Central World, only Yi Qinfeng had cultivated his sword spirit to the silver realm. Di Dao Ju immediately confirmed Yi Qinfeng's identity, and a huge wave of emotions surged in his heart. He didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to be so daring. He had just caused a bloodbath in the Orochi royal palace and was fighting to the death with the Orochi royal family. Now he was challenging him and the Nine Heavens royal family. That's right, it's me. Yi Qinfeng knew that it was only a matter of time before Di Dao Ju saw through his identity. He openly admitted it and continued to attack with the blackly sacred sword in his hand. Yi Qinfeng, I have to admit that you are extraordinarily daring. However, I will also let you know that the foundation of the Nine Heavens royal family isn't something the Orochi royal family can compare to. This place is destined to be your grave. Di Dao Ju said angrily. He took out his communication pearl and sent a voice transmission to Di Jiutian, who had just returned, asking for help. In his opinion, with Di Jiutian's strength of a 1-star heavenly venerable as long as he appeared, Yi Qinfeng was destined to end in tragedy, even if he was extremely capable. Remember the website, Sanwu Chinese Network.